Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Annual Field Placement Planning Day. My name is Catherine Leak, and I am the Associate Dean of Field Education. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Melissa Baig, Dean of Columbia School of Social Work, to share a few words with you.
Thank you, Dr. Leak. Welcome everyone to the Field Fair. I'm delighted to join you for just a couple of minutes at the start of today's session. And I want to take the time to just wish you all well today, most especially our students and our partner institutions, and to our field team who are behind everything that you're going to see today. It's no understatement to say it's a different world. It's been a very tough year. And even with that backdrop, last week was an incredibly tough week. It was a brutal reminder, more so for our colleagues of color, of the enormous work ahead of us to build a more equitable society. But your social work education is part of that. So I'm grateful to you for being here and for pursuing social work as your passion and your career. Thank you for bearing with us through these profound trials and tribulations, and looking forward to an exciting session for you today as you start your planning. So best to everyone.
Thank you, Dean Baig, for your continued support for student success, of course, your words of encouragement. So the placement planning process is an important aspect of your studies at CSSW. Some of you are certain about your selections, major method, field of practice, placement preferences, and some may be unsure. This is fine and to be expected. Students will have 3 placement preference choices. The group and the individual meetings with the associate directors and field education, as well as your advisors, will focus on your unique interests, skills, and needs for the successful completion of this decision-making process. So to frame the day, I would like to speak with you about social work's guiding principles and values, the importance of service, and workforce preparation as you begin to make decisions for your 2021-2022 advanced year. But we must pause and must reflect on the present state of our society, our national community who are experiencing oppression, marginalization, and trauma due to the pandemics, COVID-19, health disparities, civil unrest, and financial distress. The unpredictable political landscape of our nation is impacting social work practice. We are necessary more than ever before in our professional history and in our domain. Our current reality reconfirms the necessity for social workers to join forces to educate, to navigate difference and affect change locally, nationally, and internationally that is human-centered. We as social workers have a call to reconstruct our society with healing, helping, and restoration. You, as social work interns, you champion this cause as you continue to develop your skills and competencies to enter the profession. So in doing so, you uphold our principles and sustain the integrity of social work practice. It is important that we revisit the fundamental ideals of social work, the pursuit of advocacy for human rights, social, economic, and environmental justice, civic liberation, and peace to improve the quality of life for vulnerable, marginalized, and oppressed communities nationally and internationally. Quote, helping a person will not necessarily change the world, but will change the world for that person. Author unknown. You will begin to think about the social worker you want to be. What are the reasons that I have chosen to pursue a social work degree? What drives my professional passions? What are the gifts that I want to give to the profession? Assess your abilities, talents, and special gifts. All of you had a call into social work for various reasons. Tap into your passions that will support your continued skill development and professional pursuits that are aligned always with the spirit of advocacy. These are the defining factors that set us apart from other professions. Please keep our principles and our values in mind as you render decisions about your selections. Social work is service. In the helping profession, our mission is to make change happen, transform lives, and to build a better world. As social workers, we are continually addressing challenges in our communities and in our society. As a social work practitioner, our impact is profound. Overall, social workers are passionate about issues, proud about our professional history, and should perpetually ask, what more can we do? A meditation by an unknown author. I shall pass through this world but once. If, therefore, there by any kindness I can show, or any good thing I can do, let me do it now. Let me not defer it or neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again. You will begin a process to decide the manner in which you want to be a change agent on the micro, the meso, or macro levels. In your final year, we ask you to continue to grow and make contributions again beyond yourselves. So while in field, you are active participants in the workforce. Field is where you actualize your capabilities in working with community partners who serve populations in need. You are assisting agencies to meet their organizational mandates and affecting change in the lives of community members. You will operate in field with an increased specialization and purpose in your advanced year. Think about your specialization year and the desired skill set and the expertise you want to acquire. You will begin to create a clear plan to move towards your vision and the anticipated contributions to the profession in your advanced year, and most importantly, post-graduation. You are embarking on an unfolding and an evolving future with opportunities that will abound for you to explore new horizons as you grow professionally. So you have 4 choices for your major method: advanced clinical practice, advanced generalist programming and practice, social enterprise administration, and policy. You have 7 choices for your field of practice. You have aging, you have contemporary social issues, family, youth, and children services, health, mental health, and disabilities, international and immigration services, school-based and schooling services, and the world of work. So now it is my pleasure to introduce the Director of Field Education, Octavia Whitfield.
Greetings, and thank you, Dean Leake, for your powerful words of inspiration. I'm Octavia Whitfield, Director of Field Education, and on behalf of the Field Education team, welcome to Field Placement Planning Day. We have a packed and exciting event planned as a kickoff to the advanced year field placement process. So let's take a look at the event's overview. Most of the event will be comprised of engaging panel presentations and discussions by faculty, students in their advanced year, and social work professionals who are lending their expertise as field instructors. All panelists will represent method areas of concentration and fields of practice from their respective vantage points. After the opening session, I will invite our distinguished faculty for our first panel. Next, Associate Directors of Field Education will moderate panel discussions for each method area of concentration, as you see listed here. And after that, after the panels, there will be a review of the advanced placement form and also a demonstration on how to access our database, SONIA, to select and submit field placement site preferences for your advanced year placement. Before closing remarks and general Q&A, I will remind you of upcoming important dates and introduce you to our fantastic field education team. For a couple of notes, there will be a 10-minute Q&A at the end of each panel. Feel free to take a break at any moment as needed. Also note that the chat function is currently open. It will be disabled before the start of the faculty panel and reopened after the SONIA demonstration. The Q&A function will remain enabled throughout the entirety of the event, so please post your questions there. So this event is the start of the field placement process, and there will be ample opportunity to engage with us after this event and after the January 29th deadline. This evening, you will receive an email communication with the following items enclosed: a recording of this event, a link to the advanced year field placement form, instructions on how to access SONIA and select agency site preferences, also dates, times, and Zoom links for group sessions hosted by associate directors of the field education department. Each group session will provide insight into a field of practice area. And for the remainder of this month and going forward, you will engage with the Office of Education or Field Education to learn more about your placement process, also agency settings, population, and population services provided at agencies. So you will have ample opportunity to engage with us. January 29th is the final deadline for the advanced placement form and placement preferences. We strongly encourage you to submit these forms early if possible. The listed early action deadline is January 15th, but feel free to submit earlier if you are certain of your selections. After you submit your placement form, we will engage your preferences. We'll also send out your resume for review and consideration and share any interview opportunities. Once you accept the agency's field placement offer, you will move forward to complete clearances, which may include fingerprinting, background checks, drug screens, TB tests, etc., depending on the particular agency. Once you're cleared to start your field placement, we will consider your placement secured. Once you get started at the agency, other components such as education plans, supervision, timesheets, and the end of semester evaluations will remain the same. I would be remiss not to mention that the Office of Advising and the Office of Career Services and Leadership Management are important to this process. These offices offer expertise and resources to support you. I encourage you to contact your advisor or external supervisor individually and or during group seminars to glean more insight into the specialization areas. The Office of Career Services and Leadership Management provides excellent support with resumes, interviews, and communicating your professional narrative. More broadly, your approach to this process makes a significant difference in the outcome. So I want to say to please be open-minded and focus on transferable skills, linkages, and connections. Every single year, recent graduates share how they never would have imagined being a social work practitioner in their chosen field, but they allowed themselves the freedom to explore it as an option while they were CSSW students. So I urge you to approach the process with a venturous and curious mindset. At this time, it is with great pleasure that I invite Dr. Ellen Lukens, Sylvia D. and Mose J. Firestone Centennial Professor of Clinical Social Work, and Dr. Yamile Marti Haidar, Associate Professor of Professional Practice, to provide a collaborative presentation for the Advanced Clinical Practice and Advanced Generalist Practice and Programming method areas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ellen Lukens, and thank you very much for that introduction, Otavia, and for the clear presentation. I'm covering today for both Dr. Marti and myself. We are the co-chairs of both Advanced Clinical Practice and Advanced Generalist Practice and Programming. She's unable to be here today because of something that came up at the last minute. So first, I'm going to talk about advanced clinical practice. I feel very passionate about both method areas. Advanced clinical practice is our most popular method. It's a second-year method, obviously, in which students focus most rigorously on families, individuals, and groups. So it's a more focused practice than some of the others. It spans second-year courses and all the fields of practice. And what I thought I would do is to describe the first semester and second semester courses very briefly. In the first semester, a full semester course, the students are focused on advanced skills in motivational interviewing, drawing on everything they learned on PROP and expanding that from their first year courses. The focus is on trauma-informed care, systems thinking, and the common elements of practice. This is a new focus where we've thought about the elements of practice that cross the evidence-based practices and using those skills so that when students graduate, they are very capable of drawing on a set of hard skills that can be used in very different circumstances, given that our graduates go in many different directions. And those common elements include advanced skills in assessment and suicide assessment, psychoeducation, emotional regulation and mindfulness, and coping and stress, among others. And then in the second semester, this advanced clinical practice students have their choice of 2 required mini courses, but they have many options. So some of the courses, each course is 7 weeks long, and they have choices that include complicated grief, trauma, mindfulness, reproductive justice, working with folks who are identify as LGBTQ, couples work, immigrants and refugees. These change somewhat from year to year because of faculty expertise. However, those are some of the ones that typically are available. And then our students also have access to clinical electives and other electives, and we are in the process of creating minors that require a set of 3 electives so that our students can be quite focused as to their, as Catherine said, their passion and particular skills and interests. We also have 2 special programs for clinical students. One is the Dialectical Behavior Therapy Project, which is a very intensive project that requires an application and screening. It begins in the late spring, early summer, and goes for the entire year. And that is coordinated by Professors Mary Sermonti and Professor Andrei Ivanov. And then we have a smaller project, which is the evidence-based practice project for severe mental illness, which I coordinate along with Professor Amy Kapadia. And that focuses on people with severe mental illness, particularly schizophrenia and schizoaffective illness. Both of these projects have field placements associated with them, and as I said, require screening and application. And there was a question in the chat as to whether some of the placements are in prisons, jails, and for DBT, that is so, among other placements. So I think that gives you a general sense of advanced clinical practice. Now I'm going to switch and talk about advanced generalist practice and programming, which is our second largest method. And I have to say that I feel very passionate. I've taught both, and I feel very passionate about both. And in fact, I feel like you cannot go wrong with any of our 4 methods. They're all rigorous and provide amazing training for our graduates. So with advanced generalist practice and programming, it's a different frame of reference. It's really an integrated practice approach. We think about practice across systems. So we work from a cultural and structural context, historical and systems context. And our emphasis again is on building advocacy skills, social justice skills, building on PROP and what you learned in PROP in the first year, and then taking these skills in the context of clinical practice, program development, grant writing, advocacy, and team building. In the first semester, our course focuses on narrative approaches across systems. So really understanding both individual, family, and community and cultural stories and how those inform needs and assets assessment. And the students are assigned a group project where they work either with an agency or on a topic of a common interest to their group, where they develop an assessment based on the literature and also a survey and et cetera. And then they take that needs and assets assessment into the first half of second semester. The same team then continues on and develops a program proposal, a grant proposal, some of which our students have actually gotten funded. That doesn't happen that often, however, it has happened. And then in the second 7 weeks of the second semester, again, the students have choices. This year, the courses are on abolition and social work, reproductive rights, supervision, trauma-informed care, and psychoeducation. And the advanced generalist practice and programming students are also encouraged to apply for the evidence-based practice project that I described earlier, focusing on schizophrenia. And they have the option to take 3 clinical electives, which would qualify them down the road for the LCSW. So being an AGPP student does not preclude that. I think, and one last thing, one of our graduates likes to refer to AGPP as AG++, which I really love. So I think we will have questions a little bit later, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lukens, for sharing that overview and also the opportunities that are available. At this time, I am delighted to invite Dr. Rick Greenberg, lecturer, to provide a presentation for Social Enterprise Administration.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here and to, I was going to say, see everybody, meet everybody virtually here. A lot of people are online. I'd like to do a little run through of Social Enterprise Administration, the SEA method, as Dr. Lukens did, and then do a little connection of how the classroom and field placement match up. So Social Enterprise Administration is the social work method that prepares students to become organizational leaders, managers, often first, then leaders in organizations, entrepreneurs, change makers in organizations and in larger systems. Some of the courses that you're offered through SEA are the required courses are understanding, program planning and development. So it's understanding programs, how they run, how they develop, how to involve the communities that you're connected with to develop these programs and to figure out how one might fund them, and to then actually write many sections of a grant proposal for funding. Human resources, human resource management, talking about people and training and advancement. Macro practice, this is the practice of organizations. What are organizations and how do they work and how do we have impact in them? Financial management, looking at budgets and the finances of an organization and how those are crucial to the functioning of the organization. And program evaluation, how do we know what we're doing, that we're really doing it and that it's running well. So those are the core required courses. We also have a number of mini courses. I'll just list the names for now. And it's important to remember that all of these are done through a DEIA lens. So you've learned in prop and DSW course. So we're talking about the ideas of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. Because sometimes we have the other three, but some folks may not have access within the organization or within the community, and we want to shift that as well. So some of the mini courses that we also offer are leadership in boards, social marketing, managing contracts, understanding yourself as a manager, healthcare delivery systems, corporate social responsibility, staff development, and compensation and benefits. So that's just a listing. We offer about 6 or 8 each year. I thought I'd also go through the connection with projects that go on in the classroom that connect with the field. And I'm sorry, I just have some notes here. I want to, at this time, I'm going to go back and also talk about some of the things folks are doing in field in SEA. So some of the projects are exploring how an organization is funded, how an organization is funded, and accountability to that funding organization. So that connects with what you're learning in class. And these are things, all of these will be ones that there may be discussions in class, but many of them have full projects. Exploring how outcomes are determined and measured. Exploring how the mission value statements of the organization come into play, and how the organization knows if they're living up to their mission and their values. And it's interesting when we see at our field placements sometimes where there's some real growth in this and sometimes some questions in it, and students very often have those conversations. Using budgets from the organizations that you're working at in the field to understand the structure and function of organizational budgets in general, and how to best use budgets to the betterment of the organization, its staff, and of course, most importantly, the people we serve. Exploring an organization's structure, what works, what doesn't work, who is included, who is excluded, who has access and who's denied access, and then how might the organization reorganize to solve some of its problems. And again, we use the organizational charts of your field placements to look at that. And discussion of organizational problems and solutions. These come into class, they're discussed in class, and many times they go back to the field placement where the field placement appreciates the help students are giving and all the brains that are going into the work of that. So some of these solutions may involve structure, positions, people, training, access, budget, mission drift and getting the mission back on topic, and more. I actually don't know what my timing is. I haven't been tracking it, I apologize. But maybe I could take one more minute and give an example of what some of the students are doing in SEA in their field placements this year. Writing content for websites, emails, and social media on political advocacy and public education issues. Helping to run a storytelling workshop for survivors of sexual assault, and conducting research into best policies for police response to gender-based violence. Developing materials for outreach marketing, referral sources, client satisfaction surveys, staff training and development, quality assurance of the programs, client follow-up within the programs, grant applications, strategic initiatives, social enterprise development, case assistance with clients. Coordinating DEI training development, coordinating recruitment of new hires, and setting up team virtual events to build a culture now that we are, so many of us are virtual in our capacities. And lastly, writing and reviewing proposals, macro level advocacy, and conducting webinars. So that's a brief piece. I don't even remember if I introduced myself at the beginning, but I'm Rick Greenberg. I'm the chair of the SEA division. And I welcome questions later, or you can contact me. My information's in the on the website of the school, and you can contact me for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Greenberg, for that comprehensive overview. Please welcome our last faculty panelist, Dr. Xin Gao, Professor of Social Policy and Social Work and Director of the China Center for Social Policy.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be here today. First, I want to say to the students, this past year and this coming new year, both are challenging. And I say to my students, you guys are my inspiration. I know how hard it is to study, to do field work, to continue with our lives in these hard times. I hope you are taking care of yourself and seek support when you need it. I certainly have benefited from doing those for myself. We are on this journey together. I today speak to you as the chair of the policy division. I also have been serving as a field instructor, so I can speak about my experience as well. The policy division, our goal is to train policy practitioners who are deeply rooted in the social work values. Our graduates become policy analysts, researchers, advocates, and in the longer term, some become policymakers. So it's an amazing and change-making career path. In terms of coursework, we have two one-year-long series sequence of policy courses. One is the policy seminar sequence in the fall and spring semesters. In that one-year sequence, students learn how to identify a social problem or a policy issue. Then they use the tools of policy analysis to analyze this policy, the current solutions, and figure out what could be done better. Often students work to produce a policy brief so that they can present their findings in a format that is easy for the general public and for policymakers to understand and digest. The second sequence is the micro and macroeconomic sequence, which comes with a lab. So in that sequence, students learn to understand and apply economics concepts and analysis skills to the social policy issues. And the TAs for the lab sessions are super helpful. I think some of our students serve as the TAs. So those are the core course requirements. We also have a rich set of elective policy courses. They tend to be in two clusters. One cluster is about the substantive areas, could be federal policy, could be long-term care, could be immigration, could be fatherhood. So we have a rich set of electives in these areas. We also have a rich set of electives in research methods and statistics, which are often very useful for policy practitioners. I teach one that's called Advanced Research Methods and Statistics for Policy Analysis. And that's a very useful tool for policy students. It also comes with a lab where the students will learn to use the statistical software package Stata to analyze data and produce very informative graphs and tables to communicate our findings. So those courses are a great set. We also have a course called Geographic Information Analysis, GIS system. It's also very useful. In the field placement for policy students, students use what they learn from these courses and apply them in their policy identification, policy analysis, writing and verbally communicating their findings through policy briefs or advocacy. And often policy students write papers or analysis. I know in the past, quite some policy students want to pursue a PhD so that in the future they can have a greater influence. Some of you may have heard just this year, the president-elect has asked one of our doctoral alumni who is in the policy track to serve in the Council on Economic Advisors. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and we have so much to do in today's time. I'm happy to answer any questions. I supervise students through both the Columbia Population Research Center and the China Center for Social Policy. Please reach out to me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gao. I want to extend a huge thank you to all of our faculty members and for joining us for this panel and sharing your expertise and information. At this time, we will start the session's Q&A. So this is the Q&A for the faculty panel.
Yes, I will read a question from the chat box or the Q&A box. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're excited to hear you today. This is for Professor Lukens. Professor Lukens, a few folks in the Q&A box have questions about how to gain more information about evidence-based practice program.
Sorry, that's a great question. So I think, Amanda, you and I are the ones who are responsible for this. So perhaps we should, given the circumstances, we should send out a blast email giving more information. Does that make sense?
Wonderful. I'd love to. We could set up a Zoom lunchtime meeting for everyone.
Perfect. Okay, that sounds great.
A few other questions from the chat box that I'm seeing. One question that's been coming up quite a bit. How do students indicate placement sites? So if they're in NYU or if they will be placed otherwhere in the country or any other places in the world?
I think that's a question for field education. Really beginning the process. Where is the student located? But we do definitely want flexibility with students around location. We are taking into consideration time zone. Currently, we have students where we are truly striving to do remote work and 100% remote work. But we do have other models as far as the hybrid as well as the in-person. So these are a part of the conversations and the preliminary part of the conversations that we need to have with students. Where are you? Where we assess what placement opportunities are available in your region or your locale, and then begin to discuss, okay, where you may be placed, in a different state, in the same time zone, or you could be placed, if you're on the Eastern Seaboard, on the Western Seaboard. These are the conversations that we will have with you, and always centered around, and in the core of it all, is around, okay, what's your major method, what's your field of practice, what is your interest, and making sure that we are making, good matches, and definitely taking into consideration the whole notion of the goodness of fit between student as well as community partner and placement sites.
Thank you, Dean Leek. This question is coming from the chat box for Professor Gao. Jean Gao, I took the macro course already, and we'll take the micro course this semester, excuse me. Does the department offer tutoring? I have found some of the terminology and concepts difficult to grasp, and I have asked for more help. I want to do well and also apply these concepts in my day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I don't think our school offers tutoring, but I do urge you to use the lab sessions and the TAs to the maximum extent as you can. I've heard the TAs to be excellent, and also reach out to your instructors to see what they advise you to do. I know in the past, some students have reached out to students who took this course before and got some tutoring or help. So you can be taking the initiative and be creative to see what you can do there. I think applying the knowledge is the key. I don't think you need to push yourself to really get all the mathematics behind or the econ, but if you can grasp how to apply those concepts and examples in relation to social policy, I think that's probably good enough. Of course, I urge you to have this conversation with your instructor and TA. And ask them if you still think you need extra help or tutoring, how they would advise you.
Thank you. This question is for both Dr. Gao and potentially someone in the field department that works specifically with policy students. Dr. Gao, could you give some examples of where policy students do their field placements? Are there significant options to gain experience working in government, city, state, or national? Thank you.
Maybe my colleagues in the field department can answer this better. Erica or someone else could answer it better than me, I think.
Yes, thank you, Professor Gao. I just wanted to say that we will have some conversations about field placements later this afternoon. And also after this event, more information will be sent to students about times where you can individually meet with different associate directors who have policy placements in their portfolio. So all of us across all fields of practice have policy placements, and stay tuned for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. This question is also for Dr. Gao. Oh, I'm sorry, it jumped. Dr. Gao, will the same classes be available for those taking part in the Fisher-Cummings program?
Yes.
Thank you. There is a question in the chat box. I think this is probably for field education. What is the protocol for dual degree students? I was under the impression we wouldn't be registering this year.
For dual degree students, if you are at the other school for this upcoming academic year, then you will not register when it's time for you to start your second year placement at social work school. Then you will participate and move forward with the placement process. At this time, I also want to chime in to remind students that the faculty panel will be leaving after this hour. So can you please focus your questions for the panel at this time to make sure that they're able to address your questions?
Thank you. This question is for Dr. Gao. I'm an international student. What are the challenges that international students choosing the policy practice track may face? Also, what are some of the useful tips you can share with us international students who will pursue careers in their home countries outside of the US?
Thank you for the excellent question. I honestly don't think international students have a disadvantage in choosing policy. I think these skills and trainings we gain through the policy practice track apply similarly to both international and domestic students. This year is a bit challenging depending on where the students are located, but it's probably less a challenge for policy students because of the nature of the tasks engaged by students. So it's policy analysis, data collection, information compiling, and writing. So I think those you can do very flexibly anywhere you are. But I think for international students, speaking as an international student and faculty myself, one thing I benefited a lot was to hone my writing skills, to really train myself to write well, write systematically, clearly, so that I can communicate my core message to a wide audience. I don't think as someone international, we have an inherent disadvantage, but we have our probably home language training. So it's a helpful skill to have to train ourselves to speak and write in English, as well as keeping our original language skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gal. This question is for students interested in SEA placements. What are some of the organizations that are highlighted in the SEA portfolio?
Great question. Thank you. Actually, I have a little list here. So some of the placements from this year were Behavioral Health Clinic, which specializes in cognitive behavioral therapy, but it's not a clinical placement. It's an SEA placement, so you're doing the management and organization of the organization. Happy, the app, Happy. The Columbia School of Social Work, OPE, the Office of Professional Education. UNICEF, the Child Relief Agency. Social Intervention Group at CSSW. Columbia Action Lab as well. CASA, which trains volunteers who are working in foster care. Bay Ridge Center, which is a center for seniors. DeRote, also for seniors. It's a full service program or organization that does a lot of different services for seniors. The International Rescue Committee, a physical therapy center where the student is doing all kinds of marketing and outreach. The National Organization for Women, New York City office, as well as JP Morgan Chase, Columbia University Human Resource Department, Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, the Japan Society, Wildlife Strategies, and I can't think of any others. Those are the ones I wrote down quickly. So that's an example. I don't know if you want a broader answer, but they're organizations that go across nonprofit, for-profit, government organizations, social enterprises. It's just that what folks in SEA are doing is they're bringing in the management and leadership skills.
Thank you. There's another question for Dr. Greenberg. Dr. Greenberg, could you speak a little bit more directly to obtaining SCA and getting your LC at MSW or LCSW?
That's probably more of an individual conversation with someone. But if you think that you want to get the LC, you will not have the courses when you graduate from the School of Social Work here if you're an SEA student in order to sit for, you can sit for the LMSW, but you can't sit for the LCSW. The LCSW, you need to have, I believe it's 4, and Dr. Lukens will be able to speak more to that, 4 clinical courses that meet the requirements to sit for the LCSW. And so if you are 100% sure that you want to do that, SEA probably is not the right track for you. Or if you want to do SEA, then you can, and you're going to have, I believe, 2 of those courses in your foundation year. So you'll have to have 2 others. You can always come back and take those courses at Columbia or at other schools, but you can come back to Columbia and you get a significant discount on the cost of those courses. And the LCSW also requires 3 years of specialized supervision before you sit for the test. 3 full-time years, 6 part-time years.
Can I add to this?
Please.
Just briefly, I know in the past, some policy students are also interested in taking the licensing exam. If you're interested, you can try to take the courses required for those. And I think you have enough room to carve out in your second year curriculum to take those practice courses. I think some of our policy track graduates have also pursued the license, and if a good opportunity appeared, pursued a clinical or other SEA career track.
Yeah, we've been in the same situation. I also want to remind the students that you have, under the way the tuition is structured, and somebody correct me if this is not correct, but I think it is, you can take up to 19 credits a semester under that lump sum tuition. So there's usually room, if you want to take an additional course, to take those additional courses as clinical courses. And then you have, as was said, the opportunity to sit for the exam, although you do need the 3 years of supervised experience.
Great, thank you both.
It's also important to differentiate, as Dr. Greenberg said, between the LMSW and the LCSW. So all of our students can take the LMSW upon graduation.
Thank you both. I think we have time for one more question, if I'm correct, Dean Leek and Director Whitfield. Dr. Lukens, are the IPLE programs related to any of the new ACP elements you introduced?
I'm sorry, I'm not right. The IP, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the IP elements are.
IPLE.
What does
Dr. Lukens, I'm not sure, but if the student that typed this question in, you can send me an email and I'll connect you with Dr. Lukens, AEG 2181.
I apologize. I don't know what IPLE stands for.
No problem. Thank you.
Perhaps we could take one more question. I saw at the top of the Q&A, someone asked Dr. Lukens, how can students apply for your particular program?
For the evidence-based practice program.
Yes.
Yes, it's a great program, and students have to be particularly interested in the most severe mental illnesses. Amanda Glass and I will send out an application form within the next couple of weeks, and students complete that application, and then there is a screening and interview process for the program. And students are also required to take some electives related to this in their second year.
Thank you. Perhaps we can squeeze one more question in. We have 1 minute, so I know we have to start our advanced clinical practice panel soon. Perhaps we should close it at this point. Thank you all so very much. Thank you for your insightful questions, and faculty members, thank you for providing extra input.
Thank you. Appreciated it.
Thank you all for your participation.
Thank you.
At this time, we will transition to our advanced clinical practice panel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all. Welcome. We are excited to have you here. I know that there were lots and lots of questions in the chat box, and please remember this is a process. We're just kicking this process off. And so you have lots of opportunity to meet with associate directors. We have several Zoom meetings set up, and you can make individual appointments as needed as well. So welcome. My name is Amanda. I am one of the associate directors in the field department. I oversee health, mental health, and disabilities. So I primarily work with second year students. And I know there are lots of questions about 16-month students that are thinking about second years, and they're just beginning their first year. So please know that we'll work with you, we'll help you. We want to help you and support you and recognize that's a difficult transition, and we're asking a lot of you. So welcome. And I work primarily in hospital settings and mental health field. So both in practices as well as outpatient mental health. Today, we have 6 panelists with us. we have 3 field instructors that represent advanced clinical practice. And please note, I know that my colleagues have mentioned that method areas fall across all fields of practice. So advanced clinical practice placements can be found within all associate directors' portfolios. So please remember. And we also have 3 students joining us from several different agencies that they're interning with. So let's please welcome them. If I could have the panelists welcome themselves and introduce themselves. And if we could start with the field instructor. And with that introduction, if you could provide, please, your name, whether your role, whether you're a field instructor, whether you're a student, an overview of your agency, meaning location, mission, and population served.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monique Sierra. I am the director of school culture at Brooklyn Prospect Charter School at one of our elementary schools that's located in downtown Brooklyn. We are a K through 5 elementary school. Some of the, Amanda, is this is okay? And do you want me to share a little bit more or everybody introduces first?
Please. No, I would love for people just to introduce a little bit where they are, their role, and kind of population and stuff. Yeah, so perfect. Thank you, Monique. I appreciate it.
Maybe somebody, the population we serve is elementary school, and I was also a Columbia alum. So I'm totally understanding all the programming that everybody has shared today, and it's exciting to hear from everybody else. As a field instructor on panel, this is my 2nd year on the panel. It's exciting because we also are able to build connections and learn from one another and share questions, and I'm sure everybody will hear some exciting news as we continue to move through the panel.
Thank you, Monique. Isabel, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi there. This is Isabel Stenzel. I'm actually not sure how to get my picture up there, but okay. So anyway, I'm Isabel. I'm here in California near the San Francisco Bay Area in San Mateo, and I work as a bereavement manager of the bereavement program at Mission Hospice and Home Care. We provide dignified end-of-life care and bereavement support to the larger community in a very diverse Bay Area. And we provide internships for students who are interested in hospice as well as bereavement counseling. And this year is remote, but we do prefer people who are interested in this placement to be local in the Bay Area.
Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you.
Jessica, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica Rapallo. I am the school social worker at Community Partnership Charter Middle School, located in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. We are 6th through 8. We have about 115 students who attend our school. For the most part, all of our students are remote. We do have a couple going in, and I can talk a little bit about the other stuff later. I'm also a Columbia alumni, and I'm doing more clinical work now, but I started in the SEA program when I was there. So there's definitely room after you graduate to move around.
Oh, awesome. I'm sure folks have lots of questions how to navigate that space. So thank you for mentioning that. We appreciate it. Tatiana, would you like to introduce yourself? And Tatiana, so we're moving to our students. Tatiana's a student.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tatiana Shar. As she mentioned, I am a student. My concentration is health, mental health, and disability. Currently interning at Christie House, which is located in Miami, Florida. Christie House is dedicated to eradicating child abuse and child sex trafficking. They work nationally on solutions and locally on healing child victims. Christie House operates in the Miami-Dade County. They're responsible for coordinating child victims with legal, medical, and social services. They were founded in 1995, and they are a private non-for-profit, meaning all services are free for the children and their families. So Christie House provides integrated solutions for family navigating the complex services involved in the healing process. The population that is served is child and adolescent victims of trauma. And when I say trauma, we're not limited to just child abuse or sexual abuse or human trafficking. We're also including problematic sexual behaviors, physical abuse, family conflict, substance abuse and trauma, as well as immigration trauma. My role there is clinic at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana, and welcome from Miami.
Thanks.
Hello, with Jody. Jody, are you here with us today?
I'm here.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, everyone. My name is Jody Wong. I'm currently at New York Presbyterian Brooklyn Methodist Hospital Department of Neuroscience. It's located in Parkville, Brooklyn. The population we work with is just individuals living with neurological conditions such as Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, mild cognitive impairment, stroke, epilepsy, and just multiple sclerosis as well. Our mission is just to provide patient-centered care in an outpatient clinic. Also just making sure patients are able to maintain their day-to-day activities, improve their quality of life, decrease like any stress for them along with their family members, and just providing any resources such as like referrals to rehabilitative services, medical necessity letters, and just like housing services, and like anything around that. And I'm a social worker here, so yeah, I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you. Thank you. It's lovely to see you. Hope, are you with us?
I am. Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Hope. I use they, them pronouns. And I am placed at the Gender and Sexuality Therapy Center, which is a small group therapy practice focusing on issues of gender, sexuality, sex, and relationships. So that really runs the gamut from folks in the LGBTQ community, individuals with kink identities and polyamorous relationships, and just really anyone who doesn't feel like they can get their gender, sexuality, sex, therapy, relationships, therapy needs met elsewhere. Sorry for the word scramble there, but basically just serving folks who can't necessarily feel as though they're going to get their needs met at a general small practice. So we really specialize in that. My role there is therapist in training, so extremely clinical. I'm doing one-on-one sessions, relationship sessions, and some work outside of clinical too, including blog writing, Instagram, content creation, all the fun stuff that kind of happens when you're at a small private practice and everybody kind of chips in at that larger work too. So that's really what I'm doing there, and happy to speak more about it in any way that feels helpful.
Thank you all. Thank you all for so much. And I'm getting so excited just to hear how many different aspects and how much diversity is found within advanced clinical practice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we'll move on to our next question, or request rather. If you could discuss both from the field perspectives, the field instructor's perspective, as well as the student perspective, assignments and projects available at the agency. So my kind of take on this is a day in the life of. What does it look like to be a day in the life of a field instructor with your student, and a day in the life of what is your student experience within the organization? Hope, would you like to begin?
Sure. So speaking to more kind of day in the life type of thing?
Yeah.
Sure.
So specifically assignments and projects available at the agency.
Absolutely. So mainly doing individual and relationship sessions, but the process of having that kind of come onto my calendar involves scheduling consultations. So I guess on a typical day, I might have a client consultation, which is a free 20-minute phone call at my group practice, but it's different everywhere. So I might have one of those. I will probably have at least, 3 sessions with clients. One of those might be a relationship session. I luckily get to kind of create my own schedule, spread those out throughout the day. That is the really great thing about working in a small group practice. You kind of make your own schedule, within the field schedule. And then between those sessions, I'm really working on my case notes. So we have to get them in within 24 hours, making sure that those are accurate, and also that they don't put the clients at risk in any of the systems that we work within. So that can be a delicate balance. Also, usually a group or individual supervision on any given day. We also have 2 clinical interns from Columbia at my placement. So we have an intern meeting with our direct supervisor and the director of the practice. That might happen on that day. And I'll probably spend a couple hours writing, whether it be for blogs, Instagram posts, etc. And then, the very, very fun task of catching up with emails, which is all throughout the day. But this is all really luckily from home, because right now we are fully remote as a practice. So I'm hoping to eventually see the day where that is not the case. But as of right now, this is all kind of happening in a day from this very desk right here where I'm sitting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Everyone in mental health has embraced telehealth. So thank you, Hope, for being on the forefront of that. We appreciate it. Jody, would you like to discuss a little bit from the hospital perspective, a day in the life? So specifically assignments and projects available at the agency, and if you are remote, hybrid, or in person.
Okay, no problem. So I'm fully in person. I will say, just like, I don't want to take up too much time, but it's not every day is not the same. Like once you come in, there's just different things to do each day. But basically, once I come in, there's a task sheet that we go to, and we just look through which task is available. So as I mentioned before, just like referrals to rehabilitative services, or just like medical necessity letters that patients may need for parking permit, or let's say jury duty, so like they could be excused from that. And then we also have, like, within the outpatient clinic, let's say a patient comes in and we have to just introduce like the social work department. We would go in, just meet with them, introduce ourselves and say our role, and then also just assess them for any like resources they may need. And then we add that specific patient to the task sheet. Also just checking in with my supervisor. She's very hands-on. Like she texts us throughout the day just to make sure like we're good, even though we're in person. She's very like, she doesn't want us to feel lost within this whole system. And sometimes like I do feel overwhelmed, but with her, she makes herself available if I have any other questions. And also just like the intern cohort, like we lean on each other if we have any questions. I also like co-facilitate different groups in like a brain training group for people with mild cognitive impairment. And also just I do a caregiver support group with another intern and my supervisor, where we just provide like therapeutic services and just create a welcoming environment for the patients' caregivers, just like to talk about their own experiences, and if they like need any like resources, we also do that. What else? And then I also have a caseload of patients, but that's building, due to COVID. It's hard to get in contact with a lot of patients, so that's still building at this moment, but that's an overview of it.
Thank you. And I can hear a lot of the advanced clinical practice skills being pulled out in a medical setting. Yeah, so thank you very much. Tatiana, would you like to tell the group a little bit about your experience? So specifically assignments and projects. Thank you so much.
So I absolutely love my field placement. I'm extremely grateful to my field coordinator, Kristen Batista Breeze, for setting this up, because I've never felt so fulfilled. So my placement, while they understand that I'm a student, they have me completely enrolled. So I have my own company email, company telephone numbers where the client can contact me directly. So at the beginning, Christie House is 100% competence. So I had to complete a bunch of trainings to include cognitive processing therapy and trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, because those are the kind of therapies that I provide. So I provide I get assigned, interns only have a maximum of 5 clients, which I currently have 4 because I finally closed a case, which was amazing. So if I have an adult client, and the adult clients that I see are the non-abusive caregivers who have experienced trauma in some form in the past and are currently feeling some kind of distress due to their child's victimization. So I provide the CPT with them. I do CPT with them. And then CPT with children who have experienced some form of trauma. So what I work in, once I completed all my training, I'm hybrid, by the way. And so I leave it up to the client to decide which method they prefer, whatever makes them comfortable. One client did request to be in person, so I have no problem with driving to see her. So not only am I providing clinical work, I also do the assessments with the clients, assign the diagnosis, of course, under supervision, and I create a treatment plan that will work with this client, a treatment plan that also falls under the modules of either the CPT or the TFCBT. Lastly, I also provide psychoeducation. Every week we do psychoeducation with children who are currently experiencing problematic sexual behaviors. And this group provides us the services to the children, the psychoeducation to the children and also to the parents. And with the child and the parents are learning the appropriate sexual behavior rules. And what to do when in a situation where they find themselves either being asked to show a private part or they're feeling like they're being exposed to pornography or sexual abuse and such. So projects, I don't really have projects because my role is primarily clinical, but I do have monthly multidisciplinary team meetings and weekly meetings with the group that I provide the group therapy with. And I also see my fields instructor twice. It is very much kind of like I feel like I'm an employee there, where if the client wants to contact me, they email me or call me directly. But I love it. And I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. I hear the passion. I hear the passion around the work and the placement in the population served. So thank you. I tell folks all the time we need great clinicians. So thank you for paying it forward.
Thank you.
Jessica, would you like to speak for a few minutes specifically around assignments and projects available at the agency for students?
Sure, no problem. So right now I have 2 interns. Both of them are fully remote, but there is an opportunity potentially in the spring for them to come in. We only have a couple of students who are back in the building, so most of our staff is not there. So remotely, what it's looked like is similar to what it would be in person. So that includes planning, facilitating individual and group counseling sessions for our general counseling students, those whose parents sign a consent form to have them participate. It may include running different social emotional clubs. I really leave it up to the interns to decide what they're passionate about and how they can connect that to social emotional learning. So we've had interns do knitting club. We have done an anime club, one of our interns is doing, and we're doing a newspaper club. So we're listening to student voice, and our interns are in charge of running those clubs, creating lesson plans for them, and doing all the follow-up. Notes is a big part too. So, there's time built into your schedule. Anytime you are meeting with a student in a group individually, notes are part of it. We do individual and group supervision. So it's about 2 hours of supervision a week. You're also participating in our grade team meetings as well as our content meetings. And what that means is an intern is placed with a grade specific. So for example, our second year Columbia student now is with our 6th grade team. So she goes to the meetings and supports particularly with supporting some of our 6th grade students there. And then the content meetings, that's our supporting services. And both of those, they happen every week on Fridays. Planning school-wide events, for example, our interns this year did, for October, Anti-Bullying Month, did a whole kindness project. And even remotely did an awesome job where they had different activities and contests and skits that they had students do and present that whole school. It may involve supporting in the high school application process as well, and then identifying families who may need additional support within their grade. So there's really a host of assignments and projects. Something I really love about our school is that we're able to also personalize it. So when interns come in with something that's really important to them or a topic that's really important, or that they would like to learn more about, we find a way to connect that so they can do some of that work.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I have a specific question that students often ask me. Is there an opportunity to start a group for young women or individuals that identify as women for self-esteem building?
Yeah. Yep, we've had groups like that before. We have interns who their project has been creating curriculum that we still hold. And, you know, that's the benefit of doing so much supervision, is that we get to really kind of look through those and make it work. And they've been really successful in the past when we've had groups like that.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, thank you. And again, as you can see, there are a whole host of skill building available within the ACP. And if students have more specific questions about class and class requirements, please feel free to reach out to the advising department. They're happy to help you with your learning plan and to talk more specifically about class and class registration. So thank you. Isabel, would you tell us a little bit about opportunities for students at Mission Hospice?
Absolutely. Thank you. It's so inspiring to hear everybody's passion. Thank you so much. Because I'm the bereavement manager, I'll focus on bereavement, even though we do have a hospice social work student program as well. But at bereavement, similar to Hope's placement, is highly clinical. Predominantly, our interns are trained to do one-on-one individual counseling. Grief counseling specifically, including anticipatory grief counseling with people at the end of life and their family members of the loved ones who are in hospice. So our interns receive a caseload. They start with phone calls, check-in phone calls with hospice family members after the death at certain periods of time after, and they build their own caseload. So there is flexibility in the day. And then gradually people call back and want counseling. Currently, all of our interns are remote. So they're providing telehealth and phone counseling. We also have our interns very involved in our support groups. So we have psychoeducational grief support groups in different kinds of themes. Currently, our wonderful intern from Columbia is starting an LGBT grief group, and in conjunction or collaboration with our Pride Center. We have a parent loss, suicide loss, spouse loss, writing through loss support group. So there's quite a host. One of our other interns is starting a Transforming Through Grief group later in the spring. So depending on the individual student's passions or interests or personal experiences, they have the ability to kind of create a group that kind of suits them. So it's a very, very rich clinical placement site, and we do quite a bit of individual and group supervision and specific other trainings around counseling methods.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the important work that the organization always does, and specifically during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Monique, would you like to speak a little bit about potential assignments and projects within the middle school?
Sure. The elementary school. So it's very similar to, I got to say, what Jessica shared. Lots of similarities. So at the elementary school, so I oversee the school culture team, and interns are very much a part of the team. And I tell them, there's actually one in the audience that did her internship this past semester. And I tell them, you know, sometimes interns have some challenges with the whole identity. We talk about identity and like the whole term of being called intern, right? Because of the connotation that historically it brings, right? But what I really emphasize is that in order for us at our school to get our programming off the ground, we absolutely need social work interns. And I can share with you about the lasting projects that are still part of our programming from the past 3 years. So in doing this internship at the elementary school, a lot of what we're doing is what Jessica shared, which is there's one-on-one, we call them social emotional check-ins. We've been remote, we've switched to hybrid. And so there's always going to be this element of the possibility of being in person and still continue to do the work remotely. And what we've done is we've adjusted because working with young children from ages 4 to about 11 years old, there's not much space for confidentiality for kids. There's always an adult around. And so we need to be very careful with like the liability around that. And so we've shifted our like clinical groups, so to speak, to more social emotional check-ins and psychoeducational groups. Still, there is a level of confidentiality, but it's different than running a banana splits group that we used to run for kids whose parents are divorced currently or have been, or they're living with one parent at a time. Lots of stuff comes up in those groups. And we want to be able to honor all families in those spaces while honoring the students' confidentiality as well. But the check-ins have been along the lines of access to their learning, how hard this is not to be around their friends and be back in school, the changes that have happened at home. And so it is mental health, right? And we've just called them something a little differently because we're really trying to focus in on making sure like we're keeping the liability piece there and at the same and addressing the skill that maybe a child may need. And part of what we've done is we've opened up groups. We have our regular Mindfulness Monday for kids to join in. We have our Monday Fun Day, more of a social group with different kinds of games, and our Trivia Thursday, and our social work interns actually run these groups. There are opportunities to get more into that clinical piece where sometimes we need to do a psychosocial assessment because a student was or a family or teacher referred a student to us. And in order to really do the work on that level or referring out to making sure that we are truly assessing the needs of the child and the family, we do train interns to conduct psychosocial assessments, not just to conduct them, but to also write them up as well, because that is a skill set as well. There are case notes as well. If there is a caseload that's anticipated up to 5 to 7 students that a social work intern can have. A lot of what we do to support interns as well is there is definitely weekly supervision. Every other week we have social work rounds where it provides an opportunity for interns, everybody on the team actually, to be able to provide, to choose a student that they're working with, or and to be able to go through that and what are the interventions, what are the supports, like it's really a rich experience for the team as a whole. Going back to the groups, it was mentioned, the question earlier about like, are there any kind of like self-esteem groups for young, women at the elementary school level? That's very similar. We have that as well, girl empowerment groups, and other groups that can come up depending on the interest of the interns as well as the need of the population. Projects, this year, projects have been, and resources development we've leaned more heavily on that for interns because of the shift of being remote. And some of these projects have, this year so far, interns have created like a morning meeting library, which morning meeting is a space for teachers in the mornings to conduct with children. It's a nice way to, it's kind of like a small group, and to be able to, it's a trauma-informed practice as well that we're focusing on as an SEL point every day, where teachers are facilitating different conversations to using a greeting, a share, an activity, and then a closing message. A social emotional learning library is another project. I mean, it's a resource that we are using not for our school, but the schools within our network as well as the families. And I mean, I can go on and on, but these projects and projects from before, like a counseling curriculum, 3 years ago, a social work intern had put that together, co-interns put it together. We still use that to this day. It's living and breathing. So there are many things that interns can do at our job, at our internship.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for both recognizing how interns have paid it forward. And also, I think what's coming to my mind is how the touch point is the child and how there's a ripple effect to obviously the family system, to the community, and to a meso perspective. So thank you. Thank you for the important work. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. We're going to switch to our Q&A. Folks have lots of questions. One of my colleagues is going to come on and ask a few questions that are happening in our Q&A box.
Hello, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good afternoon. So I'm Cindy Bautista Tomas, happy to be here with you all. And so Allison asks the current students, how do you balance your field placement, academics, and life outside of CSSW?
Oh, excellent question.
I can take it. So let me start by saying I'm a non-traditional. And by non-traditional, I mean I'm in my 30s. I have 2 small children. I just added a puppy because life is not stressful enough. Full-time student, and then the 21 hours a week. And so I think it started with my first class at Columbia. And what was emphasized the most, and for those of you just starting, you'll get the question about self-care in every single class, self-care, self-care, self-care. And it wasn't until my first semester during finals that I got the importance when I had to do all my finals with double pneumonia, where you have to take in your community. At the beginning, that group of people that you're introduced to, that pack that you get to know, make them your friends. No one knows what it's like to be an online student or a student at Columbia while doing an internship, while doing real life better than them. I have my own little group, and they're actually one of my best friends right now. They're amazing. Getting a support system, schedules, keeping track of your Columbia schedule, downloading that Canvas app, so that you not only know what's happening in your real life, but you have all your classes and stuff, assignments popping up so that you're not forgetting it, because it's easy to forget when you have classes 1 or 2 days a week. And then the other 3 days you are at field. And then the other 2 days of the week, you're pretending to be a real person and have a real life. So schedules and opening up to your peers, getting a support system, and as well as engaging in self-care, understanding the different facets that there are to self-care. It's not just about pedicures, manicures, and spas. There's different facets to it, psychological, spiritual, religious, learning what works for you and engaging in that, so that you can be able to provide the services that the clients that you're serving are needed. Because if you're not mentally there, mentally healthy, then you're not providing any services to your client. You're providing a disservice. So just self-care and reaching out to your peers. That works for me.
Excellent, Tatiana. You're speaking my language. I am the self-care advocate. Does anyone else want to respond to that? Jody?
So just in addition to what Tatiana said, I'm a big advocate on boundaries. When you're at field placement, you're at field placement. When you leave field placement, you are done with field placement. Okay. I understand there's this need to check your emails. Do not check your emails. I'm telling you, it's just a war hole. You're just it's like going on YouTube and watching random videos. Once you leave field placement, you're done with field placement. And when the days of your classes, I understand, doing your assignments, that's just time management. But when you're in classes, just pay, I know, especially since we're, in different times, just everything is online, and I could just imagine if your field placement's remote too, you're always looking at your computer. But just boundaries, just setting them for yourself, and just having conversations. And I know it may be hard to have that kind of conversation with your supervisor, but definitely utilize supervision and just voice that you may be feeling overwhelmed. Because I'm like, more than often, supervisors, they understand and they just want you to communicate with them, you know? But everything Tatiana said, so yeah.
Oh, that's such an excellent response, Jody. Boundaries is so key for everyone, right? Thank you so much for that. Now, a question that is being asked of the field instructors is, what are your expectations for students coming in, both first and second year students? What should they be ready to be sort of, what skill set do you feel they need to be successful in your sites?
I can go ahead and answer that. I think I've worked with Cindy for the past few years, and I'm like, this is a second year internship. You know, having a first year can be very challenging. But you know what? Cindy shifted my thoughts and perspective and said, you know, you never know. And like, I've had some really amazing first year students come through. And so why I say I emphasize second year or advanced standing is because working in a school is very similar. I've worked in a hospital before as well. They're very similar in the sense that they're very fast paced. Things are ever changing. As much as like I, as a field instructor, want to maintain some kind of predictability, we try and hold on. I try and make sure that that predictability is there, but sometimes it's not working in the school. So it's fast paced, being flexible, because now we've moved heavily to, COVID hit. So it's really being comfortable and able to keep up with the fast pace of understanding how to use like Google, Drive. And so, I mean, those are really the things, and just an interest in being able to learn, wanting to learn and be open. That's what would be for me in the agency that I'm at.
Excellent. Thank you, Monique. Anyone else? Jessica?
Yeah, just to second everything Monique said, I think it really, especially I'm with middle school, and, being comfortable working with youth. I think sometimes it can sound cool to work in a school, but you really want to make sure that you have some comfort, because we're with them for a whole entire school day, which can be a long time. And being flexible is really important. Like Monique said, like, no, and I think Jody was talking about this earlier, no 2 days ever look the same. And we can plan everything for Wednesday and none of that will happen because other things come up. So being flexible, and at the same time, being solid and working independently, but also as a team too, I would say.
Excellent.
I second that, Jessica.
I would add to that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just said I second that. It's very similar. Yes.
I would add to, as a bereavement placement site, bereavement counseling can be quite heavy and intense, and having boundaries, but also having self-awareness around one's own capacities to handle really intense emotions, having the skills of some self-regulation is really important in the bereavement counseling setting. And most importantly, having some openness to sharing one's reflections, having space in one's schedule for reflection on how this work is impacting them. And I would not expect a student to come in with like full death awareness or comfort with death and dying. These are really intense topics that take decades to kind of gain comfort in. But I do think sometimes many of our students do come to us with some grief and loss in their own life. So having some support outside of placement, whether it's a therapist or having worked through some of their own grief and loss issues, has been really important when people come forward and serve those who are acutely grieving. I also think, I didn't mention this before, but in bereavement, of course, a great majority of our clients are elderly. So having experience and or comfort, more importantly, comfort working with elders who might be a little hard of hearing or have mild cognitive impairment is really important. But also recognizing that we have 28-year-olds who die of cancer. And so recognizing that life is fragile and unfair, and having some existential awareness around suffering in the world, whether it's a spiritual or personal attitude has been really important for many of the students.
Thank you so much, Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you for mentioning that as we're closing out, the importance of knowing yourself and self-reflection, critical parts of social work practice. And thank you all. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Isabel, and Jessica. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy day. Thank you for the practice, and thank you for the work, and thank you for paying it forward in our profession. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. Take good care, and we will be in touch soon. Thank you again. I think our next panel is Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. This is the first time I get to say a little something. Can you all hear me? Am I on? Great. Yeah, that was really an incredible panel. So I want to invite the AGP panel onto the screen. I took a quick look around. I see that everyone is here. So just a little bit about AGPP. You did hear from Dr. Ellen Lukens today. I just want to welcome all you all to this process. It has been very conflicting, crazy, rough year with COVID-19, so much uncertainty, and we've all been responding in the best way possible to all of the uncertainty and more to come. So the fact that we can put together this little placement fair opportunity is an effort to really shine a light on social work and keep us going. That is social work. Social work is about crisis intervention. I did it for many years in my own work. So I want to hold all that. I really want to hold that container for all of us. And this is not what we all expected, but it's amazing just listening to everything that's going on, even in the midst of a pandemic at various agencies. I'm learning so much. So AGPP. A little bit about myself. I actually, when I was a student at Columbia, my field of practice was family, youth, and children, which I coordinate now, interestingly enough, 25 years later. And I was also advanced clinical practice. That was my method area, ACP. So it was what I thought I wanted to do. And, being out in the field, working for a child welfare organization, and then moving on to the district attorney's office, my focus has changed to more macro level work. So I always say that AGPP, and we'll hear from our panel, AGPP is that method area that allows you to think both through a micro lens and a macro lens. It really allows you to see not just the individual or the family, but to see systems, to take a lens out and see what is it that's impacting people and communities that we're working with on that larger level. So today we have folks from different areas, different agencies. We have students, we have field instructors, and this is just a snippet, right? We're just giving you a snippet of what multiple opportunities are available. With AGPP, like all of our other method areas, it does fall across all fields of practice. So keep in mind that although you're hearing a little bit today, that there's just a wealth of other opportunities available in the AGPP method area. So I'm going to invite our panelists on here. Let me just move my screen around. We have Viviane Guevara. Are you there? Hi, Viviane. Yes. With Federal Defenders, Director of the Social Work and Mitigation at Federal Defenders. We have Samantha Norris. Hi, Samantha. Samantha is supervising social work at Safe Passage Project. And then we have Ishel Tillery here. Hi, how are you? Yes, Boys and Girls of Harlem. That is an agency that I coordinate. And then our students today, we have Elizabeth, is it Elizabeth Carnes? Where are you, Elizabeth? There you are. Carnes. at New Opportunities Organization, New Opportunities Charter School. And is it Catherine Hahn at Safe Passage Project? Hi, Catherine. And then Genevieve Vargas.
It's Genevieve Vargas.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Please definitely correct me. Genevieve at Federal Defenders of New York. So I'm going to open up the floor and have you all describe a little bit about the programs that you're with and what are the opportunities that students have at your various organizations. And I'll just go with our panelists. I'll start with Vivian. Field instructors.
Thank you, Alita. Hi, everyone. My name is Vivian Guevara. I am the Director of Social Work and Mitigation at the Federal Defenders of New York in the Eastern District of New York, which covers Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island, and Staten Island. Anyone charged with a federal crime in those boroughs who cannot afford a federal attorney our office is assigned to represent those folks in federal criminal court. And so we as social workers work on not every person's case, but every case that we're asked to work on and do a number of different things for people's federal criminal cases. So we might write a report for court. I'm sorry that it's hard to hear me. Hold on, let me just bring it closer. I hope that's better. We might write reports for court, make a reentry plan with our client. We work on the defense team with the attorney, with the investigator, with the paralegal to come up with ideas for the defense, whether it's for sentencing or whether it's for sometimes a trial. I'll talk about what we typically do when it's not a pandemic, but a lot of that is transferable into a remote setting. All of our clients, all of our students right now are working remotely, but we also connect people to resources in the community, whether it's inpatient or outpatient treatment for mental health or substance use, job training, housing, all of the things that people want and need. Whether or not it's going to satisfy their case, we connect people to those resources. We provide supportive counseling. And right now, our students are not going into the jail, but we do have remote phone calls and video with people that are incarcerated in federal jails in New York. And I just wanted to address something that I saw in the Q&A where somebody asked if there's any placements right now in prisons, and if not, if there's any opportunities at legal aid or defender organization, which my office is as well. And just wanted to say like that, those two things are kind of not the same. So going into a prison to work in a prison and going into a prison to be a defender, the jobs look very, very different. And so I would do a little bit more research on what makes them different. But I did want to say that and also say that, if you're looking to work into the criminal legal field, witnessing what happens inside of a prison or jail is not necessary. I think there are a lot of people who are directly impacted and formerly incarcerated families and people that can bear witness to that for you and who do that for the general public so that people know and believe what's happening there without you having to go inside. So I just wanted to add that too. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Vivian. That's an important distinction, having myself worked with the prosecutor's office for many years, right? There are other ways that families are impacted. So I'm going to turn it over to Samantha.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody. So my name is Samantha Norris. Yes, and I'm the supervising social worker with Safe Passage Project. Similar to Vivian, we also work within legal services. So we are strictly legal services. We are providing pro bono attorneys to young people, so under the age of 21, who are currently in removal or deportation proceedings. So young people who are trying to navigate our incredibly complex immigration system. So we work with lawyers. The social workers really provide support to the young people and to their caregivers by connecting them to community resources, advocating them on a variety of levels, right? Whether like they're having a hard time getting enrolled in school, They don't know where to go to like enroll in health insurance, and also really helping them navigate their legal case. Oftentimes the young people we work with are not only involved in immigration court, but also have to enter the family court system. They may have questions about what it means to seek asylum in the United States. And sometimes, while I love working with attorneys, sometimes it takes a social worker to really connect with that young person and kind of explain what's happening in language that may be more accessible to that young person. So, really, the social workers at Safe Passage are really an integral part of the legal team. We work really hard to make sure that the young person is always at the center of their own case, and that their needs, their desires are always being put first and foremost. And sometimes that even comes down to, having a discussion with an attorney. We have young people who may make the decision to return to their home country, right? And having the attorney understand that, these decisions are never easy to make. And at the end of the day, it is ultimately up to the young person that we're working with. So that's what we do at Safe Passage. Once in a while, we may be asked to write letters for immigration judges, but we do a lot of making relationships with community partners, community organizations. They don't have to be nonprofit organizations. We've done a lot of work, especially now in COVID, making sure that young people and their families are connected to mutual aid organizations. And really developing relationships with young people that are meaningful and that we can support them while they navigate these, these incredibly complex, oftentimes oppressive systems in the United States.
Great. Thank you so much, Samantha. Aishal?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ishal Tillery, and I am the Director of Advantage Programs for the Boys and Girls Club of Harlem. Boys and Girls Club of Harlem is located on 145th Street, what I guess you would call Central Harlem. Our mission is to provide access and opportunities to youth to reach their full potential as responsible members of the community. With that being said, Boys and Girls Club of Harlem has many programs that address the needs of young people in our community. And the social work interns that have had the opportunity to participate in the development and structure of programming at Boys and Girls Club of Harlem have had the opportunities to participate in needs assessments, developing policies and procedures around new initiatives and programs that have been developed based on these needs assessments. They've had the opportunity to spearhead and lead special projects to address the needs of young people, and really interact with the young people through providing some one-to-one behavioral counseling and interventions. Boys and Girls Club of Harlem is primarily right now providing after-school programming within different public schools and at our main site. But right now, due to COVID, we've expanded our programming to provide day programs for those students who are part of blended learning programs within their current schools because of COVID. And so during the day, where we normally would be an after school program, we have students with us as early as 7:30 in the morning, and we're there supporting them through their learning, their academic learning throughout the day. And then they transition into after school programs once their learning has finished around 2 o'clock. But mainly what the experience has been is around really helping to cultivate and develop different programs that best suit the needs of those young people that we service throughout the Harlem community. We also provide social emotional support to them through our different interventions and programs to better help them interact in school and in their homes. We also engage with family support and resources. So we also have family engagement activities, which many of our social work interns have been instrumental in developing programs that we still have to this day, that some other social work interns have developed. Like we have special movie nights and game nights to engage parents, but that has not happened due to COVID. But we have had social workers participate in developing our virtual learning platforms, which was implemented in April in the response to COVID-19, which is still available today for many students to access different STEM and literacy programs that we offer online virtually for if parents feel like their children need any more support around academics. We do have virtual platforms that were strongly developed by our previous social work interns that were with us during the spring of 2020. So I think that pretty much sums up what we do at Boys and Girls Club and how our social work interns have impacted our ability to grow and provide service and programming to young people ages 5 and up, because we do have programs that support kindergartners all the way up to teens.
That's excellent. Thank you so much, Ishel. That was really helpful, sort of hearing more about your programs. I wonder if I could turn to our student panels, Elizabeth, Catherine, and Genevieve. As an AJPP student, first of all, why did you decide on that method area, and how were you able, at your perspective, field agencies, been able to apply those AJPP skills? So talk a little bit about AJPP and what it looks like for you at the programs that you're interning with this year.
Hi, everyone. This is Elizabeth. I'll go ahead and get started on that question. It's great to see everyone and also fellow classmates. I think one of the biggest things that's on my mind to share as it pertains to this question is a project that I actually worked on with Jen, which was an assets and needs assignment, which is a really big assignment that we do in the AJPP concentration. And what was really amazing is my field placement was the focus of our assets and needs assignment. And they just really fully invested in our project. We started very early, letting them know what it was that we wanted to do, which is, establishing a relationship with the different members in the agency, as well as the community members that they serve, and just really try to identify what are the current needs of the community and what are the agency and their partners currently doing to address those needs. Where are the gaps? So we let them know very early on that while, yes, this is an assignment for school, the product of it is going to be very beneficial to your community and to your agency. And they really just welcomed us in with any and everything that we could possibly need. And that's essentially what I was looking for through AJPP. I really believe in community-based programs. I really believe in the cyclic, or how should I put it, the circular informing. So, what we're doing in practice, helping to inform policy, new policies that are coming out, how do we interpret that into programs? And that's really what my field placement kind of gave us the confidence that what we learned through this project and through this assignment, that they would, honestly review it and implement it. And so that was a huge vote of confidence for us to be really invested and motivated in doing this project, but also further, you know, kind of reaffirming to us that this is the concentration we wanted to be in.
I can share a bit. So for me, I chose AGPP initially for the thought of like, I kind of wanted that mix of both like micro, but as well as macro. And I thought AGPP was the perfect method for me, but kind of doing more research into it. It's more than just like, oh, I just chose it because it has a mix of the two method areas. I chose it because of the really unique perspective that the AGPP method provides. And like, you'll learn this during class and how to like market it when you go apply for jobs too. I'm still working on it as well. But just like some, I guess, to give a little more perspective about AGPP, you work with, like, as Dr. Williams said, like the systems. So how to navigate those systems. You learn about like storytelling and how to portray that. You also engage and collaborate with different people, different agencies, different, just everything. And so with that, I kind of going to part two of that question that Dr. Williams shared was the skills that I obtained, and that is really networking with others. I think, especially in the agency I'm at, so which is that Safe Passage Project, it's really people knowing people, and then those people tell you the contact that they can get in touch with, and then you keep that contact so that you can, you know, help and advocate for what your youth or whomever you're working with is. And I think that's really key in a system that's so complex. And so at my agency, I've been able to network with people and start building rapport and relationships, not only with my youth, but also with like guidance counselors, attorneys, other organizations that are like kind of in the similar boat with Safe Passage Project, because like my supervisor said, like we aren't necessarily like a holistic organization. So it's really essential that we partner with other community-based organizations.
Hi, so for me, I picked AGPP more because it was like an encouragement from Jenny Crawford. I took her my fall 2019 for forensic social work, and she spoke to me a lot about like what AGPP was, because I told her like I didn't want to be a therapist. I wanted to be more in like a criminal legal setting, or just doing any type of work in reentry or alternative to incarceration. So she was like, oh, AGPP is like the right track. And I'm like, okay. Like I wasn't convinced fully until like I took her class, because I met a lot of AGPP students in her class. So that's when I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do the track. And then I met Vivian as well, who was also a GPP student. And like when she came to my legal foundation class, she talked about like how the times of when she was a student and like the type of work that she does at federal defenders. So that's when I was like, okay, like it clicked for me. Like this is where I want to be, because I don't see myself as a therapist at all. And I do have a background. I have a master's in criminal justice. So that was like, this is like where I'm sticking to. Within my field placement, a lot of what we do is storytelling. A lot of what we do is advocating for our clients. Because we are remote, a lot of the advocating is like through email, phone calls. So like for my clients, I've been like, you know, reaching out to many organizations, basically kind of like harassing, because a lot of them don't have phone numbers that we can call. So it's like sending emails, advocating, making sure I'm staying in touch with their probation officers, making sure like, you know, that what their needs are being met. It has been a little bit difficult because of COVID, and many organizations are not very responsive, but it's always about like advocating for our clients, making sure, you know, we're like staying up to date with their attorneys, letting them know what our clients are doing. I know I haven't had the chance yet, but I know my other I guess the other students who are in this field placement with me have done mitigation reports, pre-sentencing reports, memos. They've done a lot of that work. I know I'm going to have the opportunity to do one, because I was supposed to do it, but the client had like a little setback, so I had to advocate for him to like, I guess like the expense, like the, how do I say it? He was supposed to be released from probation early, but it didn't happen. So I had to advocate for him for that to still happen, and introducing the PO and the attorney with a new program that he got into. So now I'm gonna start, I guess, like encouraging them to like, let's get this early release termination happening. So it's a lot of, storytelling, a lot of advocating within federal defense settings. And it's more of like a holistic settings. We don't use the terms of inmates. We don't use, we use more of people terms, which is also something that AGPP has taught me, and also like Vivian herself has taught me, and also Jenny. So anyone who's like interested in defense settings, starting changing how do you use the language, how do you refer to people is extremely important, because judges will read your reports, and we want to make sure that we're describing these people as people at the end of the day, although they've been, gotten in trouble or in the system. So yeah.
Thank you, all of you. That's such an important point about language. And when I think about AGPP, I think about the fact that you can't take person and environment like at its best, right? In the first year, you learn a lot about person in environment within systems. How does that work? How are you not only dealing with just the individual that's in front of you, but with all of the various, you're doing a lot of advocacy. I heard so much advocacy. So I think I want to ask all of you, but we'll start with our field instructors. Thinking about over the time that you've been supervising, you've had AGPP students, what are the kind of characteristics you would say, or the essence of what an AGPP person needs to be in your setting, or just the scope of practice as social work?
I can go first.
Thanks, Vivian.
So I really look for people who are very flexible. I definitely, there does not need to be any history or former knowledge of the penal legal system. There can be, and that's always a plus. But I have found that working with people who have no experience is also a plus, because the people are really starting from, I don't want to say blank slate, because everybody brings their own experiences, and we're all adults. We're bringing our experiences, we're bringing our knowledge, we're bringing our former jobs. But if, with a lot of people don't have experience with the penal legal system, or know that how it exists, or how it impacts people. So not having that knowledge is okay too, because then you see, without anybody having told you beforehand, what it actually is and how it's connected to you and everyone else. So I don't look for anything other than like a willingness to be open-minded. And, a lot of students say that in the interview, but sometimes we all find out that maybe we're not as open-minded as we thought we are. But that's part of the work, and that's part of developing your social works, your skills, reflecting on who you are as a person, and also what kind of work you want to do or don't do, not want to do. So when I was in my first year, my second year internship at Bronx Defenders with Jenny, which is where I started, I had a fellow social work intern who decided through the internship that working in the penal legal system was not for her at all. And she finished it and she did the work, but that was her opportunity to see, I do not want to be a lawyer like I thought I did. I do not want to work in the penal legal system like I thought I did, for a variety of reasons. And I thought I saw in somewhere in the Q&A or the chat another question about I don't know if it was for this panel or for one, because I couldn't really tell, but it was about how do any of the placements fight oppression. I can't remember the exact wording. So it depends on what placement you go into, and it depends on the philosophy of your field instructor, and also what social workers are able to do in your placement. So the Federal Defenders is not a social work placement. It's not a social work agency. It's a law office. It's a public defender office that has social workers working in it. So, and that also looks different across every defender organization in the city. So I feel like I have a lot of autonomy as the director, and I've used that to my advantage and to create change, because my office doesn't say no to me very often when I say, let's try something new. What about if we fight against this? How about if we say this word instead of that word? I don't really get a lot of pushback. That's not the case in every defender office. Sometimes the social workers are very limited in what they can do. So I think that's another question that you should ask your potential supervisor. that exact question. How does this agency fight oppression within the system? I think that would be perfect for you to ask in an interview. So thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. And yes, the AGPP method area is like the method area that really emphasizes social justice and anti-oppressive work. So, and anti-racism. So if you know, that passion is definitely enforced, if you will, within that method area pretty strongly. Yeah, continuing along the lines of what Vivian shared, anyone else, you know, what does a student need to bring to the AGP method area? What are the sort of ideas, skills, energy that needs to be there in order to do this work?
Hi, Elvita. This is Ishel. I would say that us being a youth development organization, they would really have to want and desire to work with children and teens, and also bring their creative elements to the table. I think a lot of the programming and what we need from not only interns, but our staff as well, is to be able to be creative, be open-minded, be flexible, understand that each day may change based on what's happening or what may happen to a student, and you may have to shift and pivot a bit. So someone who's just ready to, or a group of individuals who are ready to really just roll their sleeves up, be creative, and jump in and support the programming and the youth as the day, months, and year goes on.
I see a lot of head nodding on that one. Anyone else?
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. And just to add to all of those things, you know, I think that students who really demonstrate a genuine high level of curiosity and wanting to learn, and understanding that, you know, the systems in which we're working are complex and nuanced, and we're not going to learn everything in one day, and just, you know, be willing to learn as time goes on. You know, and also have a level of humility, especially working with, we work with immigrant populations, and understanding that, you know, no population is homogenous. The young people that we're working with are coming from a variety of countries, bringing their own experiences, and even within those countries, you know, not everybody is certainly the same. And so really being willing to learn about the, you know, the lived experiences about the population from the people that you're working with, being open to nuance, and also being really aware of your intentions for wanting to work in a particular setting, and avoiding kind of, sometimes we might come across like a level of saviorism, or wanting to come in and like do everything and be that person, but really understanding that we are working together with the young person, this, you know, really trying to balance that power and being constantly aware of how that's playing into our work. So students who, you know, are just willing to kind of constantly learn, and use their voice. Working with attorneys particularly can, I think, sometimes be a little challenging for social workers, but really being able to express their point of view about a certain situation to the attorney without feeling, it can be really hard, but, you know, without feeling intimidated. I think that's particularly important in legal settings. And one example, a couple of years ago, it was our social work students who actually made sure that the organization shifted in our language to the use of young people, as opposed to even clients, which we believe is, you know, a bit of a transactional word. And now, you know, we have attorneys who are like young people, and they'll use YP to make it even easier, right? And that was because of our social work students who pushed for that. So yeah, that's it.
I noticed that as you were speaking, I immediately noticed that, Samantha, that it was a change in language that's so significant. I don't say criminal justice system, I say criminal legal system. So just, it's so profound how that could literally, and the fact that we're so much in these host settings, if you will, social work voice can be pivotal. And I think in any method area, and particularly in AGPP, there is opportunity to really be that you know, that shifter, if you will. So for our students, I think one of the things, and I think it's coming up in the Q&A, did you, when you were thinking about AGPP or another method area, right, going back and forth, maybe policy, maybe clinical, what advice would you give to your peers here about AGPP policy? You know, you talked a little bit about how you landed in AGPP, but you know, with your peers last year and your own decision, what was that like for you to consider why landing in this area as opposed to, let's say? I think some people want to know, well, will I still get clinical work if I choose AGPP? Will I still get policy? Yes, go ahead. Jump
I
in.
can go first. So I'm like an anti-DSM person. I don't I have one because I was required for direct practice, but I don't even look at it, to be honest. And as an AGPP student, you do have a chance of taking clinical courses. I have taken practice in alcoholism and chemical dependence. I took psychopathology with Jean Pascal. I'm gonna take some DBT courses this semester and a social work practice family class. So you do have the opportunity to take clinical courses to fulfill those credits that you need to get your C in the future. For me, I never looked at AGPP at all. I didn't look at I didn't look at clinical at all. Like, I didn't consider it. I didn't consider C either. I was thinking about policy, but I was like, it wasn't landing for me. So the reason why I initially came to social work school was because I was looking into jobs to apply to do like case management work in detention facilities for youth. So that's where I was like, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, like what track. I didn't even know that doing a track was a thing. And for a master's in social work, so I was just like, whoa, like I have to pick, like I don't even know what to pick. So that's why I used to like just bother Jenny, because it was literally like bothering her, always asking her like, what should I do, because I am gonna stick to like doing criminal legal system work. I also worked in a reentry setting prior to coming to social work school. My first placement was at Cases, which is an alternative to incarceration placement. So it was more of like, what can I do that it has nothing to do with diagnosing or anybody. So it was just more of like, this is it, this is what's clicking. And then like when I took the AGPP classes, especially the AGP 1 course, I was like, wow, like this is like it for me, because you get the opportunity, like we mentioned earlier, to talk about people as people. I feel like from my, like, the direct practice is like a clinical course, sort of. I didn't get that from that class, it was just more like clinical. I was like, this is not like, landing for me. And like, I had the pleasure that the classes that I took that were clinical courses, they gave me the AGPP aspect to it a little bit as well. So it's not like you won't have chance to take clinical courses if you really want to get your C in the future.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask maybe one more question. I think I have time for one more. Elizabeth and Catherine, maybe you could add on to what Genevieve said. In particular, as you're now thinking in your final semester, right, and moving on, how is this method area, you think, going to support, or what are you thinking about in terms of how AGPP will launch you into what you're thinking about doing post your MSW?
So kind of just to go off the last question a little bit briefly, I'd say like, don't stress too much about like the specific method areas. Just because you're an AGPP, like, doesn't mean like later in the future you can't do clinical work, or later in the future you can't do policy work. Like right now I am an AGP method, but like I'm also taking clinical classes. We all, as freshman students, we all took a policy course. So it's not like AGPP and then that's it, like I'm stuck here for the rest of my career. No, you have every opportunity to, you know, branch out to other fields. Like this is just for now, and then you just keep building on those skills. So say don't stress too much about it when you go fill out that form to declare. But in terms of post MSW, I think my current internship has definitely confirmed that, like, yes, I definitely want to be working with young people. I'm still debating about legal settings, but I think I have a strong inkling in terms of like advocacy work, and that's what I'm really passionate about, advocating for specifically immigrants and refugees, just because I'm a daughter of immigrants. So that's always, you know, it hits home for me. And so that's something I definitely want to do post MSW. In terms of exact plans of like, what am I doing? Still in the works because, you know, we're all in the pandemic, and I think I'm navigating through that, and I'm sure all of you will. But yeah, I guess if you have further questions about Safe Passage Project, feel free to email me.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Elizabeth, did you want to add anything else, or
Yes,
before we move on?
I do want to add, answer your question, and also I believe it's Nadira posted a question in the Q&A that I'd like to address with that. So I'm a student in California, and I'm also a career changer. So I started out in interior design, super left. I like to say I'm very left-handed. I'm all about creativity, give me colors, give me scissors, everything. So it was my responsibility when I interviewed for internship to figure out, how do I take that experience and apply it into you know, this new role. And as both Samantha and Vivian spoke to, you know, you don't have to come with the experience to be, you know, a good prospect in a field placement or in AGPP. I think something that we hear a lot in grad school is, oh, I'm struggling with imposter syndrome and this and that. And the best way to address imposter syndrome is coming with humility, because there's always something for us to learn. It's a constantly changing climate and environment. We've never done social work before during a pandemic, so there's always something to learn. We're always new at this. And so as a career changer, or as a first time in a particular field placement environment, being new to the AGPP concentration, I would say one of the biggest things that you can use to speak for yourself is your flexibility, but also your willingness to be a self-starter. I think something that I've learned the most out of AGPP is sometimes you've got to carve your path. There isn't always going to be a pre-established space to center community voices. That's often why social workers are needed in certain spaces. I work in a school. I don't work in a social work agency. And so really had to carve out a space for myself. And it's been a beautiful balance of learning things in the classroom and then bringing it back to field and speaking to my supervisor, hey, I just learned this and I want to figure out how to do this now in this agency. I want to figure out how to have, you know, regular focus groups with the people that we're serving. I want to figure out, how do we bring in a mentorship program so people can speak to other individuals that have actually been through this process. So the future for me is so many possibilities, which I love
it.
And that's not scaring me. Feel that I'm confident in the language to come to just about any type of interview and say, this is what I've learned, and there's more for me to learn, but I'm up to the task. I'm up to the job.
Absolutely. Beautiful, Elizabeth. And you just wrapped this up amazingly. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks to all of our panelists today. Round of applause. We really, this was so informative. I am going to turn it over to my colleague, James Singletary. Thank you again. Beautiful words. James. Hello.
Right. So good evening, everyone. Can hear me and see me fine? Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, welcome again to today's event. Again, my name is James Singletary, one of the associate directors here in field education that will be supporting you in this journey as you continue to move into your advanced year. So I'm going to be the moderator for the Social Enterprise Administration panel. I want to talk a little bit about SEA, and then I'll turn it over to the panelists, first with the field instructors, and then we will hear from the students who are currently in SEA placements. So when I was at Columbia 10 years ago, I was an SEA student as well. And I loved SEA, and I loved it because, as the last panelist just spoke, I felt like it gave me so many opportunities and opened up so many different pathways in order for me to move forward with my career. But when we think about the SEA method, generally it appeals to students that are interested in becoming an administrator or executive level director or executive director or chief program officer, right? And then it also appeals to students who have a very entrepreneurial kind of spirit and students who are not necessarily interested in doing direct practice and or clinical work. And the scope of work would generally be more macro as opposed to micro, but some of the tasks that are associated with the SEA placement will certainly vary from agency to agency, but generally speaking, those core tasks you will see some of them emerge at the agencies that you are at. So, but the SEA practicum, you will be able to develop your administrative skills and capabilities. You will gain insight and understanding around administrative functions and around the technical elements of the SEA placement, with tasks that may include anything that range from program and process design, strategic planning. You will gain a development and understanding of fiscal responsibility, physical analysis and reporting, budgeting, learning how to forecast the budget, and also getting a very good understanding of how the budget impacts the types of programs and services that you deliver to particular populations that your agency may serve. And certainly you will be introduced to and have an opportunity to gain some practice and insight around information and data management systems in the SEA method of concentration, as well as capacity training. And depending on the agency, maybe some exposure too, but if not exposure, at least a tutorial around supervision of staff and building capacity training and designing workplace kind of programs to enhance performance and development at the workplace. And again, finally, the physical analysis of reporting and forecasting the budgeting. So these are the kinds of things that you will expect to do typically if you are in an SEA method of concentration. And then you heard Professor Rick Greenberg earlier talked about the different types of agencies. When we talk about SEA, those placements, really, I think SEA is kind of like the chief, because it cuts across all of the methods of concentration, all of the field of practice, because every organization that you work at has to have an administrative wing, an administrative department to operate. And so those students who are SEA, that you will be a part of that wing and supporting the programs in the organization in that regard. And, types of placements that we've had in the past will be with respect to government agencies, nonprofit organizations, private sector organizations, faith-based organizations. All these could be the different types of entities that you might find yourself working at as an intern who is on the SEA track. And examples of those placements, again, just to reiterate, CUSSW OPE, CUSSW Human Resources, Year Up, Empower, the Bay Ridge Senior Center, DeRoe, Wildfire Strategies, Japan Society, JP Chase Morgan, Cities for Financial Empowerment, and the Workplace Development Center here at the university. So these are examples of where placements would, the types of placements, as well as those placements that are represented here today. So I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to open up the conversation now for the field instructors. And we have, I think everyone is on the line, I checked, but I'd like for everyone to really consider and to kind of provide an overview of your agency, the population you serve, and the type of work that you do, as well as discuss some kind of assignments and projects that students might participate in that are enrolled in your, that you host as an intern at your agency. So we have Dawn with us as a panelist. She's Associate Research Scientist at the Social Intervention Group. And of course, Dr. Williams, who's Executive Director of CUSS Action Lab, and Anderson Sung Min Yoon, who's the Vice President of Integrated and Value-Based Care at the Child Care Center. So everyone is on, and you may come in whatever order you like.
Okay. I guess I can go first. Can everybody hear me?
Thank you, Dawn. Yes.
Hi. Okay, so I'm Dr. Dawn Goddard-Eckridge. I'm an Associate Director at the Social Intervention Group and also an Associate Research Scientist at the School of Social Work. So the Social Intervention Group, we are based at the School of Social Work, well, prior to COVID. Now we're just in the out there. But we develop and implement evidence-based interventions that provide solutions to emerging health issues and social issues with a variety of populations. We also have a site in Kazakhstan, which is our global research center. And we currently also have a UNICEF project that is doing work internationally in numerous countries. I think currently we're in like 7 or 8 different countries. And a lot of our interventions have been adapted in several countries. For example, we have a WINGS intervention that has been adapted in over 9 countries in different languages. So we also have in Uzbekistan, I'm sorry, I forgot that one. So we work with marginalized populations, MSM, sex workers, justice-involved populations. We focus on HIV, STI reduction, opioid addiction, substance use, co-occurring disorders, IPV. We also work with couples. Currently, we have 2 major projects with the, do you want me to go into that now, or should I wait for everybody to?
You can.
Keep going, okay, all right. All right, so currently we have some major projects. We have the largest opioid epidemic reduction study that was ever funded in the United States, is based at our center. And currently we're working with 3 other states, Kentucky, Massachusetts, and Ohio. And it's a community-based intervention to reduce opioid deaths by 40% over a 4-year, but we've just got extended for another year, 5-year period. So currently that has taken up the majority of our time and space at SIG. There's a lot of opportunities on that particular project. Took some notes here just so that I don't forget anything. But in terms of that project, we also have a big UNICEF project that is about to start launching in several other international countries coming up. We have like a 2-week period to come up with that timeline. So by the time students get to us next September, it'll be fully on the way. But that project has been with us for a while, and this is our 2nd year that we've had MSW students working on that project. One from last year who was actually hired and is a consultant with us right now. So it's very, very exciting work. And I can talk a little bit more about that later. But in terms of the type of work that we have on our projects is, we have interviewing people. We're collecting a lot of data with key stakeholders and coalition members and community advisory members and that sort of stuff. So we have those interviews that we have to do. And then we have to code the interviews and do the analysis. So you'll learn skills around developing a code book and analyzing. So the students that we currently have this year came in when that process had already started. So they're getting ready to start the next round of interviews, which should start within about 2 weeks, and then they'll be coding those. So they will get that experience before the end of the year, which we're really excited about. We have protocol development, developing manuals for different aspects, SOPs we call them. There's grant writing skills that you can develop and do. We currently have students who hopefully will start working on a grant before the end of semester. So they are in the process of putting those pieces together. So when they leave, they'll have those skills. We have curriculum development as part of the UNICEF project, where they have to come up with the curriculum adapted to that particular country and or culture. So cultural adaptations of interventions, protocols, and then working with the key stakeholders to develop the actual curriculum and then disseminate it and do a training around that. So students are getting experience in that. Putting together conferences, we've had that in the past. We were supposed to have a few conferences this year, but again, because of COVID, it got canceled. So we're in the process of coming up with ways to make that work in an online setting for students who will join us next year. Within the Healing Community Studies, we have multiple working groups around data policy. We have a Black Justice working group that's off of our CAB, and we've dived into a lot of social justice work, which is really exciting, talking about like structural racism and systems that are in place. We have paper manuscript development. We have tons of manuscripts that are coming out of HCS that we can't keep up with. So students will have an opportunity to work with that. And then we have all our other projects that are finished or in different stages that also have papers that will be coming out of it. So there's tons of opportunity to do literature reviews and to help write manuscripts, do analysis on it if you have those skills already. And you can even come up with your own idea for a paper if that's something that you're excited about. We have 4 students this year who will be working on systematic reviews. They started it last semester and will continue this semester on a topic that we initially introduced, but they were able to morph it into what they're particularly interested in. So they hopefully will be finished with that by the end of this semester, and they will all be published on that. So any student that works on a publication will get be a co-author. I'm trying to see if I forgot anything. I'm sure I did, but I think I covered. Yeah, it's trust me, we're not hurting for work. We currently have 6 students, and when we got the call from Dr. Begg this morning for more, I put out an APB, and I told Jenny I need 6 more, but now that's like 10. So we have tons of work, and all of our work can be done virtually. So we're busy. So.
Well, that's really good to hear. I really appreciate you sharing that you have this capacity to host more students. And that's just really good news for all of our students, but particularly the SEA students. And it sounds like a very robust and comprehensive kind of training experience that students will have an opportunity to engage in at your agency. So that's an ideal kind of opportunity for students who really want to dive in and really continue to develop that skill set around the SEA method of concentration. I'm excited, for our students. And, to your point, you mentioned, how they would get introduction to coding and analyzing the data, and which is very important because as an SEA person, a lot of organizations are data driven and they use data to help support funding and programs that they develop for the clients that they serve. So this is exciting and sounds like a wonderful opportunity for the right student to continue to be fully engaged and really develop their identity as a social work student who is interested in SEA. So thank you.
The area that I just want to say though, that the area where we don't have a whole lot of support and expertise for students, if they're particularly interested in like around finance and budgeting.
Absolutely.
Because our person that we have she's so overwhelmed. She's just like, I can't take any students, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's an area that we need to work on. But I just wanted to mention that. So if somebody is particularly interested in that, that's not an area that we give a lot of expertise in.
Thank you for pointing that out. And we understand that a lot of our agencies, with all of the components or the elements that are in a particular method, sometimes you may or may not have access to or even exposure to, but in general, you will be introduced to some of those core elements and components. And like in your case, the physical piece may be missing, but all the other experiences that they will get certainly will be useful and practical as they continue to move across their professional and personal trajectory here. So I'd like to hear from the other panelists with regard to, again, an overview of your agency and discussing, kind of assignments and projects that students can expect to participate in your agency as a host site.
Sure. Thank you so much, James. So I'm excited to talk about the Columbia University School of Social Work Action Lab for Social Justice. It is a new center. It is probably one of the newest centers at the School of Social Work. Again, you all met me in the previous panel. I'm Dr. Ovita Williams. And as the executive director of the Action Lab, I am so excited to share what it is this is all about. First and foremost, this is a student-driven center. What does that mean? It means that students whose voices can be heard, can be really promoting empowerment around social justice. The center is focused on taking not just words around implementing social justice, but putting it into action, putting justice into action. So there are various initiatives that students are leading as it really promotes anti-racist practice, uprooting systems of oppression in every place, not just at the school, but across the campus and within the communities that we serve. An SEA student, and Tiffany is here on the panel, we'll talk a little bit more about the assignments. We can host SEA students and AGPP students because it's such a place that the students are responding to what's happening live. The center was started as a result of COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic. So back in March, students and faculty and administrators got together and said, we need to respond to what COVID-19 is doing to communities that we serve. And so initially, the lab was focused on building volunteer connections between the School of Social Work and community members and agencies who were looking for different types of resource building and capacity building as a result of the pandemic, training around telehealth, supervising, grant writing, staff development. And then a few months later, in the middle of the racial unrest and anti-Black racism sentiment across this country, students again said, we have to respond. And so the lab became a place where the students developed Action for Black Lives, which is an initiative out of the lab that is directly focused on anti-Black racism, uprooting anti-Black racism and white supremacy in many different shapes, forms, and so on. And so over the past few months, the multiple initiatives that stem out of the lab have an eye towards really uprooting various systems. So I'll give you some examples of the kinds of projects that students are thinking about and actively working towards. Defunding police. There's a group of students who are working on abolishing, defunding, really looking at the ways that the police and the criminal legal system is responding to Black and Brown communities. Students are working on climate justice, reproductive justice. For climate justice, we got some grant money to work on a hackathon. We're also working on reproductive justice. We had Professor Erica Hart, one of our students, planned a whole webinar. If you attended that event with Professor Hart, that came out of the Action Lab. There are opportunities to do research, writing. There is a racial justice podcast that is about to hit the ground. And that racial justice podcast actually involves students not only at the School of Social Work, but across the campus, interviewing community members at the School of Social Work throughout Harlem around anti-racist practice. There are opportunities to do grant writing in the Action Lab. There are opportunities to work with faculty, peers, and community leaders. And the other activity that we have that also falls within the realm of possibly AGPP is the group decided to run emojo circles, which are emotional processing spaces for people who are duly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and anti-Black racism sentiments. So this emotional processing spaces is actually currently being facilitated by an AGPP student, and an SCA student could very well work on the planning around that. So the thing about the Action Lab, the center, is that there are multiple opportunities. So I won't go into it because it's constantly changing. It's constantly changing. So if you're someone who's really interested in being creative, in anti-racist work, and social justice, and you want to be able to move systems, then this is the place for you. And there can be many ideas of where projects and initiatives can go. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. I appreciate it. It sounds like a great opportunity. And I love the fact that it's student-centered, because anytime a student has the opportunity to have agency in the work, I think the work is more meaningful and a richer experience all around. So thank you. And I'm glad that it's student-centered. We're going to hear from our next panelist, the field instructor, and then we will continue to move so that we can hear the students' perspective as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anderson Yoon. I work at the Child Center of New York. I'm one of VPs at the center, and I've been working at the Child Center for 18 years. So I was a recent graduate, and I am still working at the same Child Center of New York. I'm so happy to present my agency. And the Child Center of New York was founded in 1953 as a small child guidance center. Right now, we have grown up under 6 divisions. We are adding one more division this year. We have behavioral health and child abuse prevention and family education. And also we have youth development division. And we have early childhood education division. We have health homes. And we have recently we added a residential treatment program. So we have six divisions, and we have 102 programs and 1,300 staff serving 37,000 kids and their family members annually. And so what we do, we have taken more than 50 interns annually. 80%, 90% interns are clinical interns, but we still have admin and policy interns as well. So what interns are doing at the agency, we are giving opportunities for students to participate in grant writing and some research, and also curriculum development and budgeting and planning and administration. So we have many opportunities we can provide to interns. Our annual budget is $65 million. So we have many divisions and many programs on the admin section. So you participate in grant writing committee meetings every week on Wednesdays, and you're going to have review opportunities for grants, and you can do some research about the grants, and then prepare some summaries and some draft. Working with our professional grant team, and you're going to have a chance to participate in some grant writing too. And you are going to participate in senior management meeting with senior VPs and chief officers and vice presidents. And also we have board members from many different companies and agencies, and you're going to participate in board meetings too. And also you are going to participate in social determinants of health project. I initiated this project 3 years ago. Annually, we assess families, more than 5,000 families, and we assess their needs, and then we refer them to our internal resources and outside resources as well. For example, as you may know, our health and our mental health, our well-being are determined not only by physical genetics, but also social determinants, such as housing, income, and education, community, violence, and many more. So we are really targeting the social determinants of health, and we have assessed families and refer them to resources, and we are trying to give more opportunities. And after we have referred these clients and their family members, and also we are going to review the data, and we published reports, and also we create some strategies to reach out to communities based on the data. So it's more data-driven approach we are pursuing for. And also we have a lot of research opportunities, and I'm a full-time professor too. So I am writing many research grants, and also we are analyzing our data, and we are going to prepare for some research articles, and we are submitting these articles to conferences and journals, and so students will have a chance to participate in grant writing at the same time research writing too. So these are a few things that you can participate as an intern. There are a lot of more opportunities, And, we are looking for somebody who is willing to expand your capacity. And then you can have more opportunities at the agency.
Thank you so much, Anderson. And that's a great segue in terms of looking for someone to expand their experiences. Because before we transition into the students, just real briefly, if the three field instructors, if you could just speak very, very briefly with respect to the type of student or qualities that you're looking for, and then we'll shift right over to the students to hear your perspective around your experiences and the type of assignments. Dawn?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed part of the question.
I just very briefly the qualities or characteristics that you're looking for in a particular student, an SCA student.
So we need people who are self-starters, who don't need a whole lot of micromanaging, you know what I mean? But people who are really interested in research and maybe interested in going on and getting a doctorate or PhD, but that's not necessary, somebody who might be interested in working in a big nonprofit or research center. But I kind of feel like even if that's not your plan, because I keep in touch with all the students that we've had come through us over at least within the past 6 or 7 years. And we've had students who've gone on to medical school, who've also, work in schools with youth, who've gotten their licenses, and are clinical social workers as well. So, I would say we will take anybody basically, and that's one of the best things about it. I enjoy getting somebody who's a little shaky and not sure what direction they want to go in, and then by the end of it, they're like, so feel free to apply.
So thank you. Sounds like you want a student who is a self-starter and who's independent and can come in without a requirement of a lot of micromanagers to help get the work done. So right. A self-starter and someone.
Yeah, definitely. But if you're also a little timid and feel like you need a little molding, we'll be happy to mold you.
Got it. Thank you so much. Dr. O, real quick.
The same thing, but what I'm going to say, I think for the Action Lab, passion and drive and boldness.
Okay, thank you. And Anderson, real quick, qualities that you look for?
Yes, I think Dr. Don already talked about that, and we need a self-starter because you guys will be working with senior management team, like a vice president and senior vice presidents and chief officers, and they are really busy all the time. But we are giving many opportunities. So you want to learn and be independent, and then we're gonna provide a lot of ample opportunities. At the same time, I want students who really care about human beings. We are working in the social service area, right? So you really care for the humans and human services. At the same time, these days, I used to work for LG before I became a social worker. So, if you have some marketing and some data management skills and research skills, statistical like SPSS and SAS or Stata and Office 365. And there are many apps, not only Excel and Word, and you can use Flow, you can use database, and you can use SharePoint and Forms. So you have some knowledge and skills about that, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so now we know what we're looking for at these agencies, the type of students. So I want to turn it over now to our student population that's represented here. And would love to hear from you all your perspective around 2 points in particular. One, how you landed or arrived at this particular method area, and talk about the experiences with respect to the type of the scope of work at your current agency and your placement and what it's been like. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm second year student in SEA, and I'm also a career changer, and I think that is ultimately what informed my decision to pursue SEA. Previously, I was in communications, media, PR realm for a couple years and worked on some large platforms that really maintain my interest in working on a big scale. So SEA seemed like the best place to continue really bridging the human experience and storytelling. And I think in my previous experience, I felt like that was really what was missing from the way that our like social campaigns that larger companies and nonprofit organizations, et cetera, are really missing is, the just rooting it in the human experience. And I felt like there's a huge lack in just discussion around systems of oppression and how that needs to be centered in any type of social impact work. So that was kind of what led me to SEA. And so far, I've also had previously gotten the advice from former SEA students that if communications and marketing at a high level is something that you think you'd be interested in the social impact realm, that SEA really is the best place to kind of hone those skills, but also to continue expanding your knowledge and making sure that your work is rooted in the human experience. And I guess for my internship experience, unless did you want to move on?
We can hear from others and then we'll come back to that.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiffany Hutton, also an SEA student on the advanced track. I would say that my arrival to SEA was a personal one. As a Black student from a low-income neighborhood, I, through scholarships was able to go to schools in higher income neighborhoods. So at a very young age, was really able to see education disparity and just different resource allocations. So I really thought, as a social worker, it seemed like too much of a burden to try to take on my whole neighborhood by myself. So really, I wanted to look at it on a macro level. I don't think anyone who's a macro level social worker considers themselves a non-social worker. It's just looking at the problem from a different perspective and choosing a different avenue to solve it. So that was definitely how I arrived here.
Thank you. Laura?
Hi, everyone. So my name is Laura. I'm also a second year SEA student with my fellow classmates here. And I actually came to SEA probably similarly. This was a career change for me. I previously was in the tech corporate sector for about 5 years prior to deciding to do social work. And I really felt a calling to do a career change. My career was going really well, but I also recognized that I didn't really feel a culture fit where I was at. I come from a low-income refugee community. My parents are refugees, and it ultimately, I really found that the corporate sector didn't meet the social impact needs that I felt were important for any type of organization. And I wanted to learn how to take a sector like this, take organizations like this, and really embody a triple bottom line, really get them thinking about why does social impact matter to everyone, not just nonprofit. And so I really was interested in especially the social enterprise aspect of this field area. And that's how I kind of ended up deciding to both move into social work and specifically to go into the SEA track. So I could really take some of my business acumen and experience from my previous career and be able to learn more about nonprofit management specifically. So I could then transfer some of those skills that I'd already developed in like partnerships, management, people management, et cetera, but then apply them to a different lens.
I really appreciate all three of you sharing that perspective because I hear the commonality that the passion that you all have for SEA, but also that you all were able to utilize your strengths and former experiences to help guide your decision, to help you arrive with at this place of choosing SEA as your method of concentration. And that's the kind of thought and intentionality that I suggest to my students when they come into the office that you should give to this process when you're thinking about what your method of concentration is. So it's really great to hear, and thank you all for sharing that. And the other point that I'd like for you all to speak to is the scope of work and what it looks like in the day of a life at your present agencies.
Sure. So I'm currently working at Sesame Workshop. Some of you might be familiar with Sesame Street, the children's education nonprofit, and Sesame Workshop is really what kind of drives all the research around talking to vulnerable kids and families about ACEs and adverse childhood experiences. So a lot of our work is rooted in messaging these really tough topics, such as parental addiction, community violence, racial injustice, supporting military families in transitional times or families experiencing homelessness, and really just doing the deep dive into how to talk to kids about these issues. And so I'm specifically working on an initiative called Sesame Street and Communities, which was only founded a couple of years ago. And what we're doing is we've expanded into a couple different communities across the country, focusing particularly on issues that are facing those communities and working really closely with the social service provider network within those communities. And that's everywhere from California to Miami to Middle America, other parts of the Northeast. And we're focusing on how to take all of the previous years of Sesame Street's resources around talking about these tough topics, and working with the social workers, the child care educators, the parents, and school teachers and pediatricians, et cetera, in those communities about really kind of what we've learned in our research about how to promote healing. So that is kind of the scope of work. And I would say that a lot of what I'm doing and what I'm learning about is project management, which is so important. And really, I think in any type of macro work, and particularly with SEA, there are just a lot of moving pieces when you're working on a project that has such a national reach. So just working with a lot of different types of folks in a lot of different places. And then I would say the other really, big part of what I'm doing is marketing, social media, digital media, kind of being in a creative space where we're taking the really complex research that we're doing and again, kind of translating it into child-friendly and family-friendly resources. So yeah, and I would say the last piece is probably program evaluation has been really huge for me, which has been cool. I didn't know a lot about it previously. I don't know what my classmates' experiences are in program eval. I think there's a lot of emphasis on development, but this is really the first time that I've been able to reflect on how the program you're developing, how it's actually having an impact. And I know Laura was speaking to these larger organizations have the resources to use that innovation and to see real change. And I think that's where there's room for a lot of accountability in a lot of large organizations. So I'm excited to keep learning about that.
Thank you so much, Anna.
Mm-hmm.
Tiffany, you want to share?
Yes, so I am at the Action Lab for Social Justice, currently doing props diffusion. And what that looks like is really focusing on decolonization and promoting equity in curriculum and really throughout the entire institution. I would say there's a plethora of things to do with the Action Lab. It really all falls under the umbrella of macro advocacy. So there's opportunities to conduct interviews, create surveys, lead out the surveys, do a lot of data analysis, write proposals, review proposals, and lots of leadership and team development. I think every single thing that has been learned in class, we've touched on in the Action Lab in some form or other. And I think that pretty much every method of concentration is really showcased. We lead a lot of debrief circles, especially after current events, where we can really talk through what we're feeling, what needs to happen, how we can make it happen. And there's just a lot of passion there. And there's lots of policy, lots of advocacy, and my own project that I'm working on doing the props diffusion is really just allowing me to think through problems creatively. So a lot of professional creativity.
Okay. Thank you so much. Laura?
Yeah, so I am at TechSoup, They are a international organization that essentially provides free or heavily discounted tech tools to nonprofits. They work with nonprofits throughout the US, but they also work with NGOs, quite a few NGOs internationally. I work particularly in a department called Caravan Studios, and there they actually build tech products. So they're not just providing services, but they will, for example, like build apps and websites for organizations that need technical innovation or support. And we provide all of that completely free of charge, and basically work with funding sources, foundations, and we have a strong grant writing team that essentially creates the funding so that we can provide these resources to nonprofits at large. What I do particularly is they actually have an incredible internship program. Their intern coordinator actually invited me to interview to decide what projects and what departments I might want to work in, and then catered a internship based on what I was interested in. So I am working under the COO, the Chief Operations Officer, working on developing business planning and strategic planning for some launches for a certain product that we've been working on for quite some time. Additionally, I work directly under the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Wider TechSoup. And with her, we're working on strategic planning on how to create an equity transformation throughout TechSoup, how to work with our senior leadership and board to get the buy-in, to create the resources so that we can establish trainings, establish new forms of tracking and understanding how equity is being experienced for folks that are more marginalized amongst our employees, as also amongst the partners that we work with and the nonprofits that we serve. And it's been an incredible experience, given that I am working on really high level strategic stuff. And so I'm learning a lot in the classes and then being able to apply that directly to the strategic planning, to understanding financing, to understanding how all of these pieces fit together at a higher level. So yeah, it's been very highly tied to the classwork.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate all that you've shared, the insight and the information that you shared. And I hope the audience listening will be able to have some takeaways that will inform their decision with respect to their method of concentration. But you all were fabulous. Our time has expired, and I really appreciate everything that you've shared here today. And good luck in 2020. And I'm sure that the students who are listening are appreciative of the insights and the information shared here. So I'm going to pass now to the next panelist and my colleague, Erica, for policy. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We made it to the policy panel. It's been a long afternoon, and I want to introduce my I'm so sorry. I want to introduce my panelists. I will start by saying a little bit about the policy track and the policy work, especially as social workers, right? I think that as policy students, as policy informers, policy educators, we are in a very unique position to really understand and translate policy, not only to stakeholders such as people who are actually changing policies, right? Not just to the people who are heading up agencies or maybe even part of a body of legislature. But also consumers, right? Consumers of the services that are being provided by many of the agencies that are represented in the previous discussion of methods, right? I think that social workers have a very unique perspective on understanding all the micro, meso, and macro issues that are really necessary for informing, changing, eradicating, dismantling, and adjusting policy, right? So that is a really unique position that we have as social workers that is unlike other professionals who inform policy. I want to say also that, today's panel will have a representation of some of the different ways that policy work takes place in the field. So, we have students who might be doing purely research work and are working with organizations or think tanks within the university, but we also have students who are working with organizations on the ground who are, like I said, really doing the job of understanding and translating policy to the people who are informing policy, as well as the consumers of policy. And then, we have people who are evaluating the efficacy of these policies, who are also collecting and evaluating data. And many of the courses that our policy students will take will actually provide more of the other skill set that is necessary to either code or analyze some of this policy. So that being said, I see all my panelists here, and I want to welcome all of you. And so if I can invite you all, I will actually start with our field instructors. And if I can invite our field instructors to just share their names and also provide an agency overview, what your work is, what the population that you serve is, and a day-to-day view of what you do at your agency. And I will start, let's see, I'll start with Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Koshwa from the International Rescue Committee. It's quite a large resettlement agency. Sabrina and I, my intern who's also here, are within the Education and Learning Department, which differs a little bit from our casework and our purely resettlement focused activities elsewhere in the agency. Within Education and Learning, we have quite a few different out of school time programs. We have a summer program preparing students to enter the New York City and American school system for the first time in some cases. We have tutoring programs, we have wellness programs and SEL focused programs. And we also have the School Success Program, which pairs MSW interns with a caseload of 10 to 15 families, where they will work with them on academic and social emotional goals. They'll complete assessments and work with the family over the course of a year. In non-COVID times, this also included home visits to really meet families where they are and understand better their living environment. In terms of day-to-day, it can really vary. It depends on the time of year. So the first portion of the year is really focused on engagement and completing those initial assessments and really developing service plans that are holistic, that are client-driven, and that really reflect the academic and school goals that a caregiver and a student has. It's a program where you work with the entire family, for a good chunk of the family. It's not just with a student, it's also with the caregiver. The second part really focuses on interventions with the families, whether that's meeting every week with the families and the caregivers, developing rapport with the schools in order to advocate on their behalf. It can really vary. And then a final assessment and final home visit at the end. Thank you.
And next, Ella, would you mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your work at your agency?
Yes, hi everyone. So my name is Aaliyah Johnson. I'm the Director of Social Work at Appellate Advocates, and we are one of the institutional providers of appellate representation in New York City. So our cases are assigned by the Appellate Division Second Department, and we work with clients who are convicted. So they're post-plea or post-trial in Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island. we're assigned about 700 cases per year. And the goal is to represent clients after, hopefully, or to represent clients post-conviction, so at the appellate level. And I work specifically, so this is a brand new project. And as the director of social work, I work with attorneys to help advocate for clients, either in Supreme Court or at the appellate level, working really closely to strategize in terms of mitigation work with attorneys and clients. So lots of writing. I also work with our reentry program to assist clients who have mental health or substance abuse issues who are reentering their communities. And then on a broader level, we work with the other appellate providers in New York City on bigger policy issues. So whether that's advocating for clients in terms of COVID or working with the governor's office, or working with DOCS, which is the upstate prison system, or once legislation is passed, figuring out how to interpret that legislation as it benefits our clients. So whether that's working on a new law that was passed that affects victims of domestic violence, or other types of legislation, how that actually impacts our clients on a day-to-day basis, and how we can use that legislation to get our clients better dispositions or out of prison or jail. So that's a pretty broad view of what we do. Day to day is kind of any of those things and all of those things. So a lot of my time is spent working directly with clients, but also talking to attorneys about issues in prison and how to help advocate for our clients on issues relating to anything from mental health or substance abuse or access to property, talking to attorneys about how we advocate. I mean, the pandemic is a huge deal, and we've done a bunch with that. So advocating for how to get our clients released who are particularly vulnerable to COVID, and then obviously doing reentry and case management work. So lots of different things.
Thank you, Aaliyah. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. Thank you for that. Sophie, can we hear from you?
Yes, hi. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here today. So I work at the Center on Poverty and Social Policy, which is normally housed in the School of Social Work. So it's good placement for when we're on site, but we're all working from home right now. But yeah, so we produce kind of cutting edge research on the role that social policies play in reducing poverty, both across the country and specifically in New York City. We do this using, a method to analyze the specific impacts that, programs like many of the social programs, that are studied in the policy classes that you all take, how many people they're moving out of poverty and how many people are going to be at risk of falling into poverty given like changes on the table. So we do this. It involves a lot of data analysis and writing and report writing and connecting the policy environment and questions in the policy environment to the data we have, so that we have a comment to say on or something to say about the risks that either certain policies changes put forward or the benefit that would be associated with expansions or reforms. So like I said, we work both at the national level, but also have a big project based in New York City, which is both a data collection project, and an analytical project. We have a sample of 4,000 New Yorkers whom we interview every 3 months, kind of tracking and assessing trends in the city in poverty and well-being. And we use that really unique longitudinal data to assess the impact of changes at the city level and the national level and what they're having in the city. So day to day, I kind of, our interns and I am kind of working across these projects, trying to both produce analyses that will influence the conversation and making sure we close the loop to make sure that those analyses get into the right hands to inform that conversation. And yeah, so I'll stop there, but I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Sophie. So hear a little bit specific. I've heard a little more specific information about the day-to-day, and I'm wondering if we maybe field instructors, but I'll start with the students actually first, and maybe the students and welcome students, if you can talk a little bit more specifically about specific projects where you have used your policy skills from the classroom, where you have worked on a specific project that may have been mentioned or alluded to by the field instructors who, if you're working with them, or in your own organization if it's not represented here. And I'll just invite, let's start with Sabrina because her field instructor is here. And Sabrina, can I invite you to say some words?
Sure. So, in terms of day-to-day relating to how I use my policy skills, I'd say that, and specifically like projects, especially with my process recordings, this isn't necessarily the department that I am in at IRC isn't, and the role that I'm in isn't necessarily like a traditional policy role, but I specifically chose it because I knew that I could enhance more of my policy skills with more of the like micro level skills as well, because I think they go hand in hand. And in my process recordings, from a lot of our group supervision, we go over a lot of rules and regulations having to do with education, with like enrolling in schools. We had one recently about special education and how that works in New York City. And especially in my process recordings, what I was able to do and how that related to a project that I was working on was looking, once we had the presentation of how the special education process works in New York City. And last year I was placed at a school doing something similar in special education, and comparing those policies that exist within New York City and also in Jersey City, New Jersey specifically. That was really fascinating. And that has actually helped me working with the families that I do that have children who have special needs and are in special education. And another project that I'm working on right now is we just actually had a group supervision on the high school enrollment process, which is so fascinating. I have never heard anything like it before. Wow, it's a lot. And what I'm working on right now and what I've talked to my field instructor about in our regular supervision is I'm researching more kind of the impacts of what these policies are and what the process is for students in New York City, maybe moving to high school, like from middle school into high school, and how you could go to a school that's maybe 90 minutes away, which is very different from my experience living in New Jersey, where you just go to the school mostly in your area. That's very normal. So that's what I'm working on right now. And it's been really great to use those analytical skills, those research skills, and also being able to like analyze data and numbers and looking up different studies related to such things.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience, Sabrina. Cynthia, please tell us about your agency, the work that you're doing, and how specific projects where you're using your policy knowledge and skills.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm Cynthia. I use she, her pronouns, and I am in ECPAT USA, which is actually the leading anti-trafficking policy organization in the US. So our mission is to protect every child's human right to grow up free from the threat of sexual exploitation and trafficking. And so I will say that I really love where I'm working right now. It's a small agency, but mighty. And so I work directly with the the private sector engagement, but I also work with a lot of the directors there and the executive director as well. And so a lot of my assignments deal with research, drafting policy related documents, and something else too, which I found really interesting, has been program development and evaluation, sort of the things that they're working on and giving my perspective on that. And one fun thing I will say is leading specific projects. I really have enjoyed the space that and the resources that have been given to me. I feel like I have more access in that way. For instance, I was helping with the editing and just putting together the annual Unpacking Human Trafficking Volume 3 report, which actually just went live today. And it's so cool to be able to see an acknowledgement with my name on it after all the work that we did for that project. So that's one of the things. And another example that I would say is I've been working on an initiative to have our hotel e-learning training to be approved at every state level. And so I've been in contact a lot with different departments in different states. And so far, for instance, we have Florida who has approved our training curriculum, and that means that that resource is directly accessible to all hotels, all lodging establishments in Florida. And so those are some of the examples. And one last one that I will share is that the executive director asked me to draft a policy memo about what ECPAT USA wanted as a child protection agenda, I'm sorry. And we're going to send that out to the new Biden-Harris administration. And so I will say that a lot of the opportunities given to me, I mean, I don't know, I feel like I have a variety of opportunities, and I have really gotten to learn a whole lot. So I will say some of the skills will be research, program development and evaluation, a lot of networking and leadership skills. And I will say one last thing about I've really been intentional about the classes that I take and the research that I do in my classes so that it ties in with my field placement. And so because of that, because all of the research that I've done this semester has been on human trafficking, I have grown so much more. And that information that I already have in classes, I'm able to use with my field placement, really just kind of being able to really give more of an expertise to and support to my agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia, for sharing your insights. Brianna, can you please share with us your placement, where you're working, and some of the projects that have helped you hone in on your policy skills?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Bree Pedigo-Hester, and this semester I am working with the National Association of Social Workers, actually for my entire advanced year, so I was working with them last semester as well. And what an interesting time in our history to be working with them. For those that don't know, they are kind of the representing organization for the social work profession. And they have the most expansive portfolio that I have ever seen. It's worth noting, I have previously worked not only in Capitol Hill, that's where I started my career, but I've also worked in private organizations for a trade association, working in policy. And this is by far the most expansive portfolio. And so it really gives an opportunity to explore your passions and what you really want to work on policy-wise, and to hone in on that and really cultivate the network of your colleagues that you would be working with as you advance into your career as a policy advocate. And so it's been an amazing opportunity. Some of the projects I've gotten to work on include really being given some bills to read in their entirety, to understand the text and kind of process through those with my supervisor to sharpen those critical analysis skills that you need to really understand how language can impact the outcomes that we're advocating for our profession. And not only that, but sit in on meetings to talk about kind of our priorities for not only the profession, but those that we serve. And again, it's an expansive portfolio. And so there's lots of opportunity to do that, to really make those networks and connections with other key staff in different organizations and different coalitions, even outside of NASW. And again, if you choose to work in the policy arena, you'll need to have them and to be able to understand how those different dynamics are at play when you're in a meeting and when you're working on either legislation or other things that are going to impact your collective professions, and to cultivate that. And it gives you a network that you can carry with you even outside of that. Also have gotten to work on pulling together different bills that in a comprehensive list of different legislation, not only that we have been able to, I say we, the NASW has been able to work on, but that are, possibly even touch our field so that we're aware of it and we can track that. And so have been able to obtain that skill set. And again, even having worked previously on the Hill, I was more in an administrative role. And the opportunities I've had at NASW have allowed me to cultivate a skill set to actually work in policy and shape and shape that, and to be able to be effective in that moving forward. And so it really has been a great opportunity. And one other thing I'll say too is for my first year, I was able to work at Gateway, which is Birmingham's oldest nonprofit, and get that clinical aspect. So it wasn't necessarily in policy, but I've realized, and in having conversations with my supervisor through NASW, that that piece can be so important too, to be able to effectively engage in this work and effectively shape policies that impact the work that direct care professionals do. And so I'm appreciative of having that lens as well. And just want to say too, that if you haven't gotten the opportunity to work in some capacity in direct service, that can really help shape and give you the lens that I believe is invaluable to have in doing this work too. So I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions or expand on anything that we've been able to do, but I'll turn it back over to you for now.
Thank you so much for your experiences, sharing your experiences, Bree. I really want to ask this question because I think it's in the interest of time. I'm watching my time, but I'm going to ask for a little more flexibility. So I can ask this question, which, I didn't really necessarily ask you all to prepare, but I think it's interesting to hear the different experiences and the different ways in which students, as well as field instructors, are leveraging their policy skills, right? And it sounds like it's all adaptable to specific, like for students, the specific skills that they want to acquire, and for field instructors, the specific purpose and roles and tasks at their agency. So I know that Sophie spoke really specifically about projects that her agency is working on. So really, this question is for Elizabeth and Aaliyah, who have a mixture of roles. So I wanted to hear what you might share with students about how you leverage your policy skill set in ways that social workers can leverage their policy skill set in the future in a social work job, because not all, some students may go directly into policy, but other students may not, right? So I think it would be helpful to hear from folks who are in the fields whose roles are actually a bit of a hybrid. And if you could speak on this question, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. I'll speak briefly, and then Elia can speak to this as well. I think, and Sabrina can correct me if I'm wrong, but the approach that I take really, and a lot of people do at my agency, is that especially when you have clients working with multiple systems, so whether that's the education system, whether that's the immigration system, understanding the policies that underpin certain things that will impact their day-to-day life can really strengthen your direct service work. So kind of to what Sabrina was saying, that a lot of our trainings and our supervisions with the entire group will have to do with policy, understanding the education policy behind certain decisions for an IEP, or understanding that every single family, all of our families are recent arrivals. Every single family, no matter what, has the right to interpretation for any type of meeting with the school. Understanding that can make you a better advocate in that direct service practice. And it can also strengthen, if you do move into something that is more policy focused, having that understanding in a really real way. Yes, you read in the news that SNAP has been cut, but having that direct service work with the family and understanding that a cut in SNAP benefits means that they can't get this thing for their child this week really kind of gives you a different perspective, that it's not just numbers, that it's not just abstract ideas or thoughts, it's real people's lives. And the policy work that is done on a macro scale has impact all throughout the chain, whether that's through education, whether that's through things like social services and public benefits, whether that's through the immigration system and the different paths to citizenship that folks have. There, just to say that I do think there is a really huge connection, and I think it really can go both ways in making you a stronger direct service provider as well as a stronger policymaker.
Yes, thank you for that, Elizabeth. Aaliyah, some words?
Yes. Well, I just want to double down on everything Elizabeth said. And I think especially in the criminal justice system, especially working in a public defender's office, our clients interact with so many different systems. The welfare system, I work with clients who are in immigration custody. We have the prison system, we have the court system. And so being able to really understand how those systems interact to work directly with clients is vital in my opinion. And also, so I was a policy student at Columbia and I loved it. And I think that the skills that you get as a policy student, being able to write really well is critical. I do a ton of writing on a regular basis, and being able to analyze research, distill it into something that I can present to a judge or a prosecutor's office is incredibly helpful and makes my ability to advocate for clients and work with attorneys invaluable. Being able to read legislation and have an idea of what is happening and what is being said and how that affects our clients is also incredibly important. And being able to synthesize that information and say, okay, here's a piece of legislation on who knows, like prison policy, and being able to figure out how that affects our clients on a day-to-day basis is really important. And I think especially working in the criminal justice system, and especially right now and in the past couple of years, there's been such rapid changes in policy, and that policy is based on what people like myself and the attorneys and other social workers in this field that I work with are saying, right? Like bail reform was a grassroots movement that moved out of impacted communities and public defenders. I mentioned the Domestic Violence Survivors Justice Act, right? Again, something that came out of direct service providers realizing that there were loopholes in legislation. And so it's all really intertwined. And as a policy student, you'll be able to be in a position of understanding how these systems interact and working directly with clients, which is going to help them. And then if you decide that you wanted to go into direct practice or you want to continue into policy, you have a beautiful array of skills that are going to make you invaluable as an employee. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I want to jump to some questions in the Q&A box that hopefully, let me see if I can start with some of the students' perspective here. Let's see. Real quick, I'm sorry, please bear with me. This is really challenging for those of you who have done this before.
Erica, I'm going to help you out there. There's one. I'm gonna help you out.
Thank you.
Right. So there is a question, for the students. one student is trying to decide between AGPP and policy tracks and wanted to know, could any of the students speak to the flexibility that they felt one has over the other and might provide, from your perspective, if one has more flexibility than the other, and then, what were your thoughts about your coursework, of course, as a policy student, and then why was policy a better choice for you?
I can start if that helps. So, as I mentioned before, like for me, this isn't necessarily a traditional policy placement, but I chose that. I wanted it to be that way specifically. I know that there are some questions about being an APP student. I'm also an APP student, so an accelerated policy program student. And sorry, someone also asked in the chat, like, what are the advantages of being an APP student? Like, if there isn't priority for a placement, in general, like you finish a lot of the work in like the first year and then have so much room in your schedule for the second year to pretty much kind of do whatever you want, ? Also, you also have a lot of flexibility. In my opinion, I never really wanted to go specifically into AGPP. I always wanted to be a policy student, and that's why I chose the accelerated policy track, because you have to already like be admitted before you even start the first year into that track. And in my personal opinion, I think it is really flexible, because even though I am in policy and I have been starting everything out in policy because I know that's what I want to do, I am able to find those policy elements in almost all placements. But that's also because, in my opinion, and in my perspective, macro social work and rules and regulations impacts everything. And as my field instructor, Bis, was saying, was that, they really kind of go hand in hand, that you can see if, like, to provide better direct practice, you have to have a really good understanding of what those rules and regulations are. And if you want to impact those rules and regulations and go into policy later on, which is what I want to do, I chose specifically, and this role that I'm in is AGPP. I chose it specifically because for me, I think it's not just enough to enhance my like analytical, statistical research, those kind of skills. I think it's also important to understand how these policies, rules, and regulations are impacting people day to day, because I think that informs how you can make them better and improve them and change them later on. So, yeah.
Hi, I can add a little bit in my perspective. So I am also accelerated policy practice. So the reason why I chose policy in general, my background is in child welfare and higher education, but really working with students who were still facing issues within those systems that actually Elizabeth and Aaliyah mentioned. And so having that on the ground experience really led me to want to understand the macro level and understand that macro lens of how this top-down approach was affecting the participants and the people that I was working with. So that's the reason why I wanted to do policy, or why I was really thinking of policy. And it's also something personal to me. It was something that I knew very little about, and I felt like I wanted to challenge myself, because if you put yourself in that situation, then you're only just going to grow and learn so much more. So it can be a little bit intimidating, but it was probably one of the best decisions that I made. The reason why I chose APP was I really like the idea of focusing my first year. Yes, it would be hard because I would have to do micro and macro econ and everything, advanced research and all of that. But the second year would be so much more flexible, where I could do different electives. and maybe cross-register to other classes in other schools. So really, I just wanted to be this sponge of absorbing as much knowledge as I could. But choosing between policy, SEA, or AGPP, really just think about your positionality, where you're at in the moment, and maybe also find out what kind of access each of those programs have. As a policy student, there's a lot of classes that I can go to, but maybe my clinical peers may not have access to. So maybe talking to your advisor and figuring out, well, these are the classes that I'm interested in. Will I have access to them as a policy or as an AGPP or not? Just kind of having those conversations.
Thank you. And we'll, Bree, you have about a minute to wrap it up.
I'll just echo everything that Sabrina and Cynthia just said. I feel that I did just the policy practice track. And again, I had worked on Capitol Hill, and I really just wanted to get that skill set of moving from the administrative track, because I've seen how members of Congress, it's so gridlocked. Especially, I wanted to be able to actually not just support the work that they do on the administrative side, but to be able to actually influence policy myself. And I needed the skill sets to be able to do that. And so coupled between the courses I'm taking in the policy track, as well as my experience with NASW, it's really allowed me to sharpen those skills, practice my writing, and the critical thinking component of how you read and analyze bills and legislation. And not only that, but understand the process and how you can advance and move the needle in getting those implemented. It sounds like from Sabrina and Cynthia's experience that the advanced policy track does leave a lot more flexibility maybe than mine, but I knew I wanted to do policy, and it's given me everything that I need at a pace that worked for me to be able to sharpen the skills I needed to work in policy, versus I knew I didn't really want to go into the clinical side. And so the AGPP, like more general practice, may give more opportunity and flexibility to have more clinical classes that are available to you. But as Cynthia noted, that may limit you from policy. So I would just encourage you to really think about long-term kind of where your passions lie, and to work with your advisor to see which track facilitates that and allows you to have the most experience to sharpen the skills needed.
Thank you so much, field instructors and students, for your insights and your advice. And for those of you watching, we're going to have to move on to the next part of this afternoon, but I welcome you all to ask any questions. If there were questions for field instructors, feel free to email me or the field education department, and we'll direct those questions directly to them. Thank you so much again, all of you, for your time and your presence today.
Thank you. I would like to echo Erica and saying thank you to all of our panelists. These discussion panels were just simply incredible, full packed of information. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for answering our students' questions. At this time, we will move to the next part of our event, which is the Advanced Placement Form Review and Site Preference Demonstration, provided by Kristen Batista Frazee and Mary Sawyer.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna get started here. I'm gonna share my screen to walk through the advanced year placement form. Give you a brief walkthrough. Again, the submission of the form really kicks off the focus and the placement process for you. It guides the associate director in the field education department. So I will just jump right in. Here we go with the form. You see here, there's just a brief summary here that just gives you a heads up to start that you'll be needing in this form to provide an updated resume, and also that there are a couple of questions at the end of the form that we'll address in this walkthrough that you'll need to prepare for ahead of time. So here is the beginning part of the form. You submit your first and last name. When you are slated to begin field placement, which you'll confer with your academic advisors. Most everybody here will be, I believe, starting field in fall of 2021. And of course, here is the location where you will provide your updated resume. Read carefully this section here regarding the essential abilities and attributes statement. This outlines the school's expectations for professional comportment, for field placement and academic engagement in classroom. And at the end of the page, you're going to be asked to acknowledge that you have read this statement. Right here. This next portion of the form is asking if you, informing our department if you think you'll be needing accommodations. You will need to engage with the Office of Disability Services as soon as possible if you think that you will need accommodations either in the classroom or in field for the fall of 2021. This part of the form just conveys to us your need to give us a heads up, but it does not confirm your accommodations. So as you see here in these choices, just stating kind of where you are in this process is very helpful for us. If you, knowing your location, now the location really drives the placement process for us. It lets us know as much as you can right now as to where your expected location is so we can plan accordingly. We realize this might change in the months to come, but please just keep your associate director updated on any changes in relation to where your expected location will be. So if you happen to know your expected address, you can fill it in on this portion of the form. Or if you don't, just share with us now what where you expect or what you know as of right now. The emergency contact information portion of the form is very straightforward. Just please fill this out and submit this information to us. If you have language skills, it's really helpful for us to know this, and this could open up some additional opportunities to you. The transportation section, if you plan to live outside of New York City and do not have a car and live in a city that does not have robust public transportation, this portion is really helpful for students who fall into that category because we do try to plan around that. Again, if you're going to be living in New York City, we realize a lot of you will not have a car. In this section of the form, just please indicate if you're seeking a dual degree, and you'll see all the various choices here. Likewise for if you're seeking a minor as well. Now the placement modality, this item shares with us how you're most comfortable attending field placement. Given the virus, as you know, we've had to make a lot of adjustments this year, and a lot of placements have done a great job at providing some remote placements. But in this section, please check all that apply. If you really feel strongly about just doing in-person placement, you can feel free to select that. If you really feel strongly about just doing remote placement, select that section. And then we're finding a lot of opportunities that offer, both a remote and partial in-person experience. And of course, the status of the virus is going to be changing over the next 9 months. And just please keep in touch with your associate director about how you feel comfortable participating in field placement. This placement region section, again, it's very tied to the expected address portion of the form. But here you can state specifically what region of New York you're in and even what specific state you're in. I will just make a quick note, although this is a really long list. This is what I wanted to make note of, is, we have a school policy that, commutes will not exceed 90 minutes, and that we do our best effort to locate within. We always try to find a placement as close to where you live as possible, but the limit is 90 minutes. I'll scroll down here to go next. The method area selection, we've obviously seen a lot of these great panels. Hopefully it gave you great information about making this selection. It's one of the most important portions of this form. This really drives and focuses the match and of your placement, what type of placement that you're going to be receiving in your advanced year, and is the ultimate driver of how the associate director finds the right placement to meet your study area. Additionally, the fields of practice helps clarify to us even further what your study area interests are, which is very helpful. As well as we collect and want to hear from you regarding selecting up to 3 agency types of settings that you're interested in. This is our very comprehensive list. If we don't have, a selected option, you can type in more specifics if you'd like to share that with us. The same question is posed regarding, we want to hear from you. What are the client populations that you're most interested in working with in your advanced year? And we offer a very detailed list here. And at the end, you can even state and clarify further if you have other interests, population interests. And also, again, the type of services that you're interested in working within. Very long, comprehensive list here. I think we covered a lot here in this list, but we have an other field in case you want to share more details. The comments section, we look forward to you sharing your learning goals for field after you complete your MSW, what kind of outside commitments such as work and parenting responsibilities that you're juggling in the academic year. And we are happy to work with you to bring you partners into our network. We're always open to your recommendations and suggestions for new community placements. That concludes my section of this presentation. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Again, the early submission for the form is January 15th, and of course the deadline is January 29th, and I'm going to hand this off to Mary.
Thank you, Kristen. Hello, everybody. So we're going to take a look at how to use this new SONIA field internship management program to help you select your preferences. So let me just share my screen here. Don't look at everything. Okay. You're going to end up, we're going to give you the link to this page later today. So the URL, you're going to enter it, you're going to end up on this page. This is basically where you start out. You are going to enter School of Social Work to get in to Sonia. This little red sign that says do not come will be gone. And you're going to need to select your role here. You are a student. There are a few other options, but for your purposes, you are a student. And you will select University Sign-On. You may disregard everything else on this line for signing in. Just University Sign-On, hit that. It's going to take you to your very familiar Columbia University Sign-On page where you can log in. And this is the page you're going to arrive on. Again, as I said, later today, this red sign will be gone. You will be warmly welcomed by Sonia. There is a little bit of talk about timesheets, which we're going to send you some more information on timesheets a little later in the week, tomorrow or Wednesday, I believe. So what you're going to be focusing on for this part of your placement planning process are these two little bits of information, basically breaking it down and saying, please submit your preferences and please submit your form. And these important dates that you need to keep in mind, including the dates that Krista just mentioned, the January 15th early action deadline, and of course the 29th, which is the final deadline. Okay, so what do? Here I am on my home page. In order to get to where you need to be to make your preferences for your placement planning, you will hit on placements. And it will bring you to this page. This page features your placement group. Your placement group is going to be called something else. It's made up of you and your cohorts. So for your purposes for this year, I believe you guys will be in an advanced field autumn 2021 start cohort placement group. You can see again, there's like quick notice of what you still need to do. Again, it's the advanced year placement form that Kristen spoke about. And then what we're talking about now, clicking on your preferences, selecting your preferences. You're going to go over here to the purple preference button. Click on that. And this brings you to the placement planning page, which has a lot of information on it. To the left, and you can barely see this, let me use maybe make this smaller. To the left of my screen, you can see over here filters. This little thing is hidden in the blue border, but if you click on it, it's going to open up and you'll see a variety of fields from which you can choose to narrow your search down. So you may wish to search for, say, social enterprise, SEA. Let's do it. And in order to lock in that filter choice with Sonia, you need to hit the filter button so Sonia will remember what you're doing. So this over here is where you can narrow your choices. You can get rid of it with this X, open, close, move it out of your way if you need to. So now I get a list of all of these things I've just filtered for that are all SEA placements. They're in alphabetical order by Sonia. On this left side, you have a little arrow. You can open that up and see a little more information about this, my favorite site, 1951 Coffee. I don't know why, I like it. It gives you the physical address. It gives you the website address, and it gives you some of these things that you can filter for, the attributes that you can filter for. This, the website address is going to be very helpful for you because you can go straight to the agency, see what they have to say about themselves. In addition to that, we have this little information icon that if you click on that, you're going to be taken to Google search, which is quick and easy. And if you've ever Google searched before, and I bet you have, you'll be able to navigate that. Also on this page is the map. So you can see where it is in relationship to where you are. You can get directions. It's your basic Google map. But I think that's also very helpful. You can see sort of what it looks like. The most important thing from this list, though, I mean, not the most important, but the thing you're going to be using when you finally get to selecting your preferences are these buttons on the right-hand side, which they say select, right? So I've already decided that I'm interested in AARP, and I've gone over and I've selected it. I've hit that select button, and it's ended up over here in my list of preferred preferences. Let's say you are also interested in, well, let's say I'm interested in 151, because you know what I am. So I'm going to select that one too. I hit on plus select and it turns to check selected, meaning that's a little symbol that says, okay, you've done it, you've selected it. And that's confirmed when you look to the right and see it over here on your preference list. So you can choose up to 3 of these. We ask that you refrain from saving 3 of these until you have made your final 3 decisions. And the reason we say that is because once you make your decisions, once you put your form in, your associate director is going to be off and running, trying to get you the best placements they can get for you and match you with the best fit. So when you find 3, just make sure that you've come as close to being certain about what you want to select for your final 3 preferences before you save them. Once you do save them, this comment will come up, this area for comments. And you're free to open that up and discuss. So you could say, I'm interested in any site at this placement. I'm open. Or if it's a New York City agency, you might say, I'm interested in any New York City school, or maybe even school in Brooklyn. Or you could say, I love this placement because of X, Y, and Z, and this is why I think it will be a good fit. Whatever you want. This is a little extra information you can give to your associate director so they can help you. And then, that's it. That's all you do. You save it. It's going to go back to your associate director's computer. They're going to match those up with the form that you fill out. And then you guys will be in contact, probably discussing all the options you have. So I'm going to end the screen sharing here. Thanks for visiting. And if you have any questions, I think now's that time. Kristen, do you have anything else you want to add?
I don't. I was actually just looking at the questions to see what we can answer live. Let me see here. I have a question from a student asking if the preferences are first come, first serve, and if it's in our best interest to fill out the form quickly. I guess I'll just clarify, and my colleagues in the field education department can jump in. The preferencing is really just preferencing. It's not any indication that, that you will be assigned or that site or that you will be placed at that site. It's simply an expression to us of your desired interest. We do our best to try to match you with your preferred placements. The placement preferencing also is a great way for us to better understand the type of setting that you'd like to be in. And yes, a lot of the placement process can be very competitive. Some agencies do have, interview process and many candidates they consider for a limited number of slots. If any of my other colleagues would like to chime in.
Hi all, I'll chime in. Hi Kristen, hi Mary. Thank you so much for that riveting presentation. We all are now on it with Sonia. Well, it's new for us all students, so we're gonna work with this together, but Mary is so helpful, I really appreciate it. I just wanna echo Kristen's sentiments. Though I know we're getting lots of questions about remote versus in-person versus location. try and think conceptually, if you're a residential student, where you fit in terms of which associate director has the most opportunities in your field of practice. For example, I do contemporary social issues. That's disproportionately social workers interested in forensic social work, some macro work, a lot of students who, as Dr. Williams pointed out, are interested in kind of grappling with the disproportionality of who's being harmed and in what setting. That can go across method areas. But I might reach out to my colleague in a different field of practice who might have a different, more, I think, in tune field placement for you in families and children or international social welfare. You know, I will then reach out to them and say, could you meet with student A? Because I think this opportunity in your portfolio could be helpful. So everybody's flooded with information. It's really about meeting with your advisor to hone in really more specifically on some areas that you might want to grow next year, and then think about which associate director in terms of fields of practice fit with you more. And we'll help guide you. If you aren't going to be in New York City and you're going to be working with one of our online partners, we will certainly connect you to our colleagues there. There's some questions about people leaving. Yes, we do have some staff changes, but we are doing our best to stay up to date with all of the different themes and changes, and we will be in touch with you. It's a work in progress. This is already a month earlier than we in our residential campus usually do this. We usually do this in February. So we're hoping to get these selections from you and work with you. This gives us an idea. Sometimes they might say, oh, actually, I'm not taking students anymore, but it gives us an idea on who to then reach out to. Please let me know if I can answer anything else.
I definitely wanted to chime in. I know Actavia is going to provide, a roll call of all of the staff with their emails where they're connected to their fields of practice. So that's what Jenny is emphasizing. Thinking about the field of practice that you are interested in, contacting, of course, the AD that manages that particular portfolio, and then having conversations. Also, I see in the chat, students are saying, will they automatically get an interview with their 3 choices that they submit? Remember earlier at the top of the event, I said it's about the goodness of fit. So, and I think there were questions regarding resumes. What's the purpose of the resumes? Because we will let you know, hey, this is your preference. This is the site that you're interested in. We're going to send your resume. Then the agency could very well look at the resume, but you may not be selected for an interview. So realizing it's a very competitive process. And so if you are selected for the interview and you go on the interview, you may then say, I really thought I wanted this site, but I don't necessarily want it. Or the agency may not select you as an intern to host. And then that's how we keep going through the process. So that's why we emphasize to students every meeting and interaction or interface with an agency, it is an interview. I know there were other questions about resume. Where could we get help? I said we would refer you to career and leadership development to help strengthen your resume, also help move you through maybe some of the tips of interviewing, because you are interviewing, for an internship position at this particular site. And we also, the ADs and myself, will sit down and also give you some tips, thinking about going in with some curiosity, doing some of your research definitely beforehand, and interacting with the agencies. I'm trying to think. Students were asking questions. Okay, if I submitted early, what does this mean? What if I hit the submit button and then I change my mind? Again, during this process, it's not as if you're not going to be interactive and interfacing, with the ADs in field education as well as with your advisors. All of these discussions and these changes, they require some conversation and some level of consultation. So it's not as if you submit and then, then you just get contacted by an agency. Again, very interactive in that regard.
Okay, so at this time, I want to thank both of our presenters, Kristen and Mary, and let's move to the next slide. So these dates were mentioned earlier at the top of the event. I just want to ask you to save these dates. So today, this evening, you will receive information, a link to access Sonia to select your placements, and also a link to the Advanced Year Placement form. You will also receive a link to the recording and the information regarding groups throughout, I'll say, throughout this month until the 29th, there'll be several groups scheduled by associate directors, as Dean Leek mentioned earlier, really focused around those fields of practice areas where you can jump in different groups as they interest you. So there'll be opportunities for individual appointments as well throughout this time period. And after, of course, once you're assigned to an associate director, there'll be plenty of engagement throughout the process. As was mentioned many times, the final deadline is January 29th, and early submission is encouraged. January 15th is the early action deadline. So at this time, I would like to introduce, and you've met many of them already throughout this event, but I'd like to introduce our dynamic field education team, whom you will meet with individually and for group sessions. I'll start with the associate directors. Kristen Batista Frazee manages the portfolio for the online campus. Cindy Bautista Thomas manages the portfolio for schools and school-based, also school-linked services. Jenny Crawford manages the portfolio for contemporary social issues. Erica Echevarria manages the portfolio for international immigrant and refugee services. Amanda Glass manages the portfolio for health, mental health, and disabilities. And James Singletary manages the portfolios of World of Work and Aging. Also, Dr. Ovita Williams manages the portfolio of Family, Youth, and Children Services. So these are our associate directors in the field education team whom you will meet with and jumpstart the process. Our administrative staff who are really helpful and critical to our team are Cheryl Sotaway, Department Manager, and Princess Dennis, Department Administrator. So this is our wonderful team. And you met, sorry, I don't want to, you met Dean Leek earlier, and of course she's part of the team, and I'm the Director of Field Education. So at this time, I'd like to pass the mic to Dean Leek for closing remarks.
Well, I want students to know that we shared a lot of information with you today and a lot that you would absorb. I know you have many questions, but this is just the beginning of the process. So we're just initiating this. We will have other forums, and as we keep emphasizing with you individually, also with you in groups, where we can begin to answer some of those outstanding questions that you have. But I want you to know that here at the Field Education Department and here at Columbia School of Social Work, we want you to thrive and prosper in field. There is truly a collective commitment from the dean of the school, Dean Begg, our faculty, where we are identifying and even identifying faculty-based projects, also identifying other community partners that can host our students. And one thing that I did answer, that yes, right now with COVID, we are truly striving for the 100% remote, but we do have the other models that we offer, and students have an active agency in rendering the decisions around, oh, do I want to be hybrid? That would be a combination between being in person, being remote, or do I want to be remote? So yes, you have agency in this decision, but we are thinking about your health and safety first. That's why we are really pushing, for remote placements at this time. So you know what? We want to give you all of the information. We want to give you all of the tools so you can be effective, and growing into your advanced year, and of course, touching and changing lives. Because we are going to give another moment for some more Q&A. I know we have a lot open because we're at the time where we should be ending, but before closing, I especially wanted to thank the field education team, for, of course, organizing and putting it together. Definitely want to thank our panelists, our faculty members, our students, and our community partners, and of course, institutional research and evaluation, social work information and technology, communication, and student services, because they really played a pivotal role in making our first virtual field planning day happen. So thank you to our Columbia community and colleagues. And now we will try to, of course, in the next 10 minutes, answer some more questions and try to address the questions in the chat box. But always remember, this is the beginning. This isn't the end.
I'm going to look at the Q&A right now and read some questions aloud for us to answer. I have a question here at the top of the queue that states, for those of us only relocating to New York City, if we were able to safely return in person for fall of 2021, are we able to submit more than 3? I'm guessing they mean placement preferences, or the ability to change our placement if we get to be in person. I think what this person is trying to ask that if they're able to come to the city, and if they were previously assigned another placement, but then change their mind and they want to move to the city, if the virus gets better, what that process might look like. I believe that's what they're trying to ask.
Well, the process, they could very well, students, and that was a big question. I told students, you need to think about the region where you are right now, right? And really thinking about, I know you may have projections around where you want to be, and of course around how the virus pans out, but I think the best decision is really to focus on where you are right now physically. Now, if there are changes, yes, we've had students, relocate. That's why I did answer earlier. We're going to send out, like we did last semester, the student relocation survey, because this information is extremely helpful to us so we could plan appropriately. But with changes, I want students to be aware that there may be delays, right? Because see, you shift from one locale or one region, and then of course, now we are starting the process over. So I hear the students saying, I want to choose just in case 3 preferences in one area and 3 preferences in another. So one thing with the preference and identifying those preferences, it is very competitive. So remote, and that's why remote is better, because even if you're in California per se, and you're projecting to come to New York, it could pivot easier as opposed to you being in an in-person placement. So you have to bear all of these dynamics and factors in mind when you're going through your preferences and as you're working with the ADs and your advisors.
I have another question at the top of the queue here. A student is asking if it's necessary to rush into Sonia to select our preferences before they are taken by other students. I can just quickly chime in there, and anyone on the team feel free. The preferences are simply really just an expression of what you're interested in, specific agencies that you think that you would like to be placed at. You can preference a site. Other students many times over can preference the same site. It does not guarantee that you will be placed at that site. I hope that answered the question. I have another question from another student. Asking how are we supposed to determine which of the placements is best for us? This is a multiple part question. How can we find out which ones are the most or least competitive? They're stating that they really need more guidance. They're, wanting more guidance in this area.
I'll jump in really quickly on this because I think we haven't really mentioned our Zoom meetings. So I know I think I probably have 6 to 7 Zooms set up. So for example, folks that are really interested in medical social work, I'm happy to meet with you and brainstorm. So we can move away. I don't want to induce any anxiety around those 3 placements, and they all have to be really targeted for oncology. I'm happy to meet with you. We can brainstorm and we can think about those 3 placements. And so I'm having medical social work Zooms. I'm having a couple of Zooms that are focused on mental health and all of the special projects that we've been mentioning today. Specifically within my portfolio, we're going to have a Zoom with all folks that are interested in Memorial Sloan Kettering, which we all know is focuses on oncology, positions with the VA. A couple of folks asked about stipends. The VA generally has stipends, and I like to get my resumes there first because their stipends are based first come, first serve. So I like to be at the front of the line on those. We also will have, I'll answer any questions about evidence-based programs and to dovetail with DBT. So I know it's a lot of information, but we still have opportunities and lots of Zooms set up to support you in the process. And thank you. Kate Friedman is chatting in the chat box. How do we know where the links are? I think Dean Leake can answer more specifically, but I think the information is going out tonight.
Yes, there'll be a communication sent tonight, this evening. You'll receive the link to the Sonia website and instructions on how to access it, and also a link to the advanced year placement form.
And also in the communication, we will, share those group meetings that the ADs are going to have and the Zoom links that have been provided. That'll be a part of the communication as well.
Someone in the chat.
I have another. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amanda.
Just to follow up on the Zoom, someone in the chat box wanted to make sure that there was specification of what meetings are for online students and what meetings are for residential students.
The meetings are for all students because right now I know we used to think about our campuses so starkly different, but during COVID, we are operating with students being remote, students that went back home and they're not here residentially. So we open up the discourse to all of our students online as well as residential around the specializations and also around the fields of practice.
I'll chime in as well. If you're interested in learning about agencies in particular regions, then there will be a few sessions dedicated for outside of New York City based agencies.
What's the advantage of submitting early on the forms? And will people be prioritized?
I would say, as far as prioritization, you submit it early, then you can start the dialogue and the discourse earlier with the AD. So, how you translate now your communications with the AD to priority, I kept emphasizing we work with all students. So if a student does submit it in early on, and especially for more of the national placements, they start earlier. This was one of the reasons that we had our field placement planning day in January, because again, we're more in sync with both the online as well as the residential campus. The same dynamic is happening residentially because of COVID. It's much more competitive across the 13 schools of social work that are just right here in the tri-state area. So we're trying to move forward expeditiously as an institution to make sure we're out there, of course, supporting you to secure your placements.
I'd like to also add that there are some agencies who may have early application process deadlines, so they may start interviewing students in February. So we do want forms sooner rather than later if possible, so that we can also ensure that you're participating in that process.
Do we have time for a couple more questions?
A couple more, because then our recording will stop.
I'll just pose one more. There's a question in the queue about how competitive private practices, PHP, IOP hospitals are for the advanced clinical practice, mental health and disabilities selection.
Excellent question. I'll take that one. I would say they are competitive, but in no way, form, do not let that dissuade you from applying to anything. Okay, so meet with me separately. I'm going to have some sessions Saturday morning. Do not let the competitive nature dissuade you or disconnect you from what you're hoping in skills and population and environment to gain next year. Okay.
Okay, here we are at the end of a long field placement planning day. I hope we've given you a lot of information, just the process, to start to think about. And we do look forward to working with you and helping you move through this process as you make the decisions necessary for your advanced year. Thank you for participating and being here.